I thought spout wasn't working again. Okay, everything is set up. Waiting to live initiative. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna be playing more Ace Attorney Investigations Collection. We are in episode 4, Turnabout Reminiscence. Last time we were at an amusement park solving a kidnapping case when Edgeworth was accused of... No, it wasn't Edgeworth. It was Officer Meekins. He was accused of murder. And then the focus turned on to the girlfriend of the kidnapped victim. And then it turns out that the kidnapped victim had actually committed murder and killed her father. It was just a mess. Fun case, though. And now we are going into the past to when Edgeworth first met Kay Faraday and Detective Gumshoe. 8 years in the past, I believe it said. Hey Faraday, the young lady who calls herself the second Yatakarasu. The piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. 7 years ago. It was 7. The judge.
Yeah, that's right. I did it. I killed the guy. But it was the great thief Yatakarasu that told me to do it.
I asked the defendant, just what exactly are you trying to say?
Don't you get it? I know the true identity of the Yatakarasu. The Yatakarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I'm the Yatakarasu? Don't you dare deny it. You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy.
Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday is the Yatakarasu?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. Rel, I think we've heard just about enough out of you. Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You've got to believe me. In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready.
September 10th, 3:20 p.m. District Court, 3rd floor lobby. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. Edgeworth. Oh, it's Manfred. Sir.
Have you read over all of the documents regarding this trial?
Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know.
Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection.
I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career, I am honored and proud.
As I have watched over your studies, I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion.
Yes, sir! As such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance, I have to be perfect in every way.
Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute.
Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct?
Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor, Byrne Faraday, gave the order. Ha! Faraday is such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey.
Sir, are you an acquaintance of Mr. Byrne Faraday?
He's a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense.
Nonsense?
He once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court.
Those who cannot be brought to court? That is nonsense, for no man is above the law.
Well, there are always a few exceptions. However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters.
Thus, there is no reason to deal with such individuals, I see.
Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday has will not be forgiven.
Have no fear. I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused prosecutor Byrne Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt.
Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of Von Karma. So, have you achieved a firm understanding of the case?
Yes, sir. I have memorized everything that is written down in the case file.
Well then, explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you were talking about.
Understood. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Codopian embassy. The victim, Mr. Deadman, was a Mr. Deadman was a staff member of the embassy. The defendant in this case, Mr. Macrell, was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yasakarasu had successfully infiltrated the Kodopian embassy as well. At first, Rel claimed that he himself was the Yasakarasu, but that he did not kill Deadman. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie.
It's possible that he wants to go down one in the spotlight, if he is found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's inanity. If I digress, but I digress. Continue, Edgeworth.
Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly showed Mr. Rel as the murderer. The act of Mr. Rel
firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitors' gallery.
Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. I did it because I was told to, by the real Yasakarasu, Byrne Faraday.
That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to simply be the murder of a Kodopian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident.
Second KG-8 incident? I'm very sorry, sir. I fear I failed to study hard enough.
Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to.
Could you please enlighten me, sir? Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident?
In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents.
This is a 3-year-old newspaper. Reference materials regarding the KG-8 incident. I received them from my mentor.
You have heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct?
Let me look at this. Kodopian Embassy staff member Manny Kochin found not guilty. A shadow of the Amano Group? What is his relationship to the smuggling ring? The victim, Miss CCU. Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano Group's director, was arrested under suspicion of smuggling.
Correct. CCU was an employee of the Amano Group, and the sole witness to the smuggling operation. It was she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court.
Wasn't a Kodopian embassy staff member arrested for the murder?
Yes, a Kodopian by the name of Manny Kochin was the suspect. However, due to lack of evidence, the case went unresolved.
Lack of evidence?
Ha! If only I was in charge of the case, I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt.
To make sure that all criminals are found guilty, my mentor really is dedicated.
Faraday was the prosecutor on the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever.
Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG-8 incident as well?
That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you're currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization.
And just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify.
You're catching on. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG8 incident.
So that's why it is being called the second KG8 incident.
Yes. Yet, there is one difference between the two incidents.
What would that be?
The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar? The great thief Yatakarasu?
Yatakarasu? I better find out more. If it is true that the Yatakarasu showed up at the Cadopian embassy, what could he or she have been after?
No doubt to steal any suspicious accounting records and release them publicly. Or more likely, to steal secrets for the Cadopian embassy itself, since the item that the Yatakarasu stole from there was sent to the police.
What was it that the Yatakarasu sent to the police?
I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatakarasu is getting the top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that the Yatakarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed. Criminals have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say?
That would have to be the first time the Yatakarasu has left evidence behind, correct?
Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatakarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday.
Mr. Faraday?
He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatakarasu case as well.
He's a prosecutor in charge of both the KG8 incident and the Yatakarasu case? Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate.
What is it, little girl?
You're scary, mister.
Did you need something?
I wanted to trade these coins with you.
A fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies. But it looks like you've had exactly $1. Is this what you want?
Yeah, thanks. That's exactly what I needed.
That's how I'll be here to watch the trial?
How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courthouse. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore? Paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is complete. Why, do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes? I'm so sorry. I could have you mopping up this courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant. Gulp.
Is no bother, sir. Not being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me.
A proud one you are. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth.
September 10th, 4 o'clock p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3.
What is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible that the defense is not prepared yet either?
Bailiff, where is Mr. Faraday?
I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. You must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended. I hear this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson.
Sir, it looks like the trial is about to resume. However...
Yes, it will be all but impossible to prove the witness a liar without the evidence from Faraday. What is that blasted buffoon up to? It's an emergency, sirs!
Oh, it's Gumshoe.
Silence! There shall be no yelling in this sacred hall of law. Bailiff, remove that man from this courtroom at once. Please, wait! You have to listen to me. There's an emergency. Defendant Lobby number 2, Mr. Faraday and the defendant. The two of them, they're both dead, Your Honor. What? What?
What? What? September 10th, District Court, hallway.
Stay back. Ugh. No one's allowed on the crime scene. Period.
Just who does this oddball think he is? This is becoming quite the hotspot. Isn't she Mr. Rell's defense attorney?
Hey, you! No running in the hallway, pal!
And who are you to tell me what to do? I'll never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. This sofa looks like it's seen its fair share of use. And it looks like another part of the courthouse is visible from the window. Ah! My eyes have locked with my reflection's eyes in the barred window. As a student of Karma, I refuse to back down. I won. Defendant lobby number 1 is through here. The incident took place in lobby number 2 next door. I shouldn't allow myself to be sidetracked like this. I better get a move on. A poster of the judge. There's a longer slogan of some sort on it in tiny letters at the bottom. Every strike of my gavel brings the truth closer to me and my hair farther away. Is this a promotional poster for the court or a hair growth product? A fire extinguisher. If one were to be hit in the head with this, I suppose the victim would lose a memory or two, but it's not as though I'd ever be so foolish as to be struck by one of these. First, I need to get a handle on the situation. Perhaps I should talk to some people. A drink vending machine. Ah! Now is not the time to be pondering what kind of drink I want. And you are?
Who, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs.
Point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a district prosecutor.
A prosecutor? I've never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal.
I've told you my name. Now would you mind telling me yours?
Detective Dick Gumshoe, and just recently I achieved my dream of becoming a detective. More than a dream, it's what I was born to do. Wait, you think I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first?
This detective is entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. So Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about the incident?
You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right?
I know that, but it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know.
Well, you're a problem for such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge. So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door to defendant lobby number 2.
So you were on guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty?
Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot, and then I kind of froze.
You're a detective and a measly gunshot scared you that much? Then again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at close range.
Then Detective Bad came running to the scene. We went into lobby number 2 together, and both men were lying there, dead.
Is that everything?
Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle.
Interesting. Other than the gunshot, he didn't hear a single sound of commotion. You mentioned that you've only recently become a detective, did you not?
You got it! I'm a brand spanking new detective.
That means you've probably never seen a real prosecutor's badge, right? If you so desired to see one, I just might be able to make your day.
You don't have to go through the trouble, pal, because a real man has a police badge. And someday I'm gonna become an ace detective, just like Detective Bad. Did I say something wrong, pal?
Forget it, detective. This badge's design is said to reflect a oh, okay, this is the same, same text as before. But my mentor has taught me that it's more fashionable to keep it in my pocket. Ah, so that's where you got it from. Do you have a minute? You know, I'm not really into talking to people I don't know. Especially at a time like this. Ah, I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. So Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh? I'll have you know, madam, that I studied under Manfred von Karma. Do not take me for some naive novice.
Do not take me for some naive novice?
Oh, you're a student of von Karma. I should have. Let's close our dead giveaway. Stop right there. These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts. Thanks for the great laugh, but try not to make me laugh so much, okay? I was trying to do anything of the sort. Just kidding. I'm just goofing around. By the way, do you know who I am? My name is Callisto Yu. And if you're telling the truth, then we were about to go head-to-head in court. But of course! I've heard much about you, Miss View. But of course! I have heard much about you. You're a regular Shakespeare. Did I say something funny? I'd like you to update me on the situation. I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to this detective over there? If that's the case, then why are you here? Oh, what's so funny? It's just that the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court until only a little while ago was just murdered. It's not like I could go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened. That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Excuse me, but who are you?
Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide.
I was informed of the situation as quickly as possible. So how did you arrive and inspect the body before me?
Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple.
Mr. Faraday requested that you be here?
I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid.
Kid? I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist that you update me on the situation. I can't back down here. I have a right to know.
Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid?
Is he threatening me? Is he going for his gun? It's just a mirror. How dare he trick me like that?
Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, a Mr. Macrell, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand.
Was there anyone else who went into defendant lobby number 2?
Yeah, that big lug over there. His name's Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room.
If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct?
Maybe.
This impudence. This guy is really testing my patience. How was I not informed that you were going to testify in court?
Homicides aren't my only gig. The Takarasu case is also one of my assignments.
So you were called upon to comment on the Yatakarasu's characteristics, in order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was the Yatakarasu or not?
Well, looks like you just might have a brain after all in that head of yours.
Son? I'm not your son, Pops!
Miss Yu! There is someone here who wishes to see you.
Who is it?
A Kodopian embassy staff member by the name of Manny Kochin.
What? What's going on? Detective Bad and Miss Yu's mood just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second. Wasn't Manny Kochin? I'll be right there.
It's nice to see you again, Miss Yu.
Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again.
Now. Actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat?
Fine. Let's go.
Dad. Von Karma? It's been a long time. I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Takarasu is involved, and I see this case as no exception.
You know Detective Bad, sir?
Yes, he's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of a crime. If only he would get a promotion and move on. It's the crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective. It's not like I don't know that. Moving on though, Bad. The man that I had just passed by, was he not the suspect for the KG8 incident?
I was right.
What is that man doing wandering around here? That Faraday. Can't believe he let such an easy catch get away. Imbecile. I would have proved his guilt in 3 minutes. Von Karma. I think you've said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed. Very well. Back on topic, I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
Objection! Papa! How can you place him in charge? Franziska, what are you doing here? I'm here for summer vacation. What else? Franziska von Karma. So she is here on vacation from Germany. She is the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his who's also junior to me. You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it! You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you? Ha! if you're able to pass, then I'll have absolutely no trouble at all. I'll never allow myself to lose to you. Never! Why does she always have to be this competitive? Anyway, Papa, are you really sending Miles Edgeworth to cover the case?
Yes, I am. Why do you ask?
Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I am 100% confident that I can do a better job than him. It's just like Franziska. He has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them.
Bad? Yeah? These two will be conducting the investigation. What? You want me to let both of these kids loose on the crime scene? Ha! This is a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecutorial skills. A crime scene is not a place for children to be messing around in. I'm the one with authority over this crime scene, Bad, and I will not tolerate complaining. Edgeworth, Franziska, I leave this case to the two of you.
Understood, sir. Yes, Papa.
I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me. Hold up, Von Karma. I still haven't agreed to this.
Miles Edgeworth. It's been quite some time, Franziska. This will be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. Would it kill you to at least say hello? Long time no see. Very good. Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud.
She hasn't changed a bit.
Miles Edgeworth, as I was saying, we shall see which one of us is worthy of the Von Karma name.
For crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter.
It looks like Mr. Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. That's just like him, he never fails. Now, I'd appreciate if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad.
You're better off checking things out on your own.
Very well. Seems like getting help with Detective Bad will be a most arduous task. September 10th, 4:15 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. What the fuck? Is the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously? Miles Edgeworth, you should listen to someone until they are finished talking. What are you talking about? I'll only say it one more time. This is a competition to see who is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. A competition? The person that figures out the truth first wins. The person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name? Exactly! I don't care that you became a prosecutor before me. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things that come from your foolish mouth. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Can I take that as you accepting my challenge? Once again, whatever makes you happy. Ha! Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and speedily present it like the professional I am. Competing to discover the truth behind a crime. How delightfully childish.
You kids, over there, hold it.
Kid? Ha! Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid.
I said kids, kid.
How dare you call me a kid as well?
I'll do what I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Hey, big guy, you're going to watch over these two. Yes, sir! Detective Bad, sir! Now, do what I say from now on, kids, okay?
You better not get in our way, Scruffy. You'll get a bite of my whip if you do.
Eek! Then you, prosecutor boy, let's get your investigation started already, alright?
Great. Now even that detective is treating me like a child.
Alright, it's time to get investigating. Get a move on, prosecutor boy!
My name is Miles Edgeworth, and if you were to call me prosecutor boy one more time, it will be my duty as a prosecutor to look into you and your monthly salary.
What? And what would you do with my salary after you saw how much it was?
That's up to you now, isn't it?
Really? Sounds good, pal.
You're so naive. Begin investigation. Detective Bad, may I have a word with you?
What is it?
It appears that both a knife and a gun were used as murder weapons.
Yeah, it does.
That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons?
The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Kodopian embassy staff member. But I never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Rel was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought it in. Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well.
There has been a piece of evidence that is yet to be presented? But then, why doesn't Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if... It's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife in under the guise of prosecutorial evidence. He could have then brought it out and attacked Mr. Rel with it.
Huh. Maybe you've got a brain in there after all, kid.
Ah! Is he going to treat me like a child forever?
It looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Rel first, who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a crime scene like this.
Not yet. I feel that it's much too early to be drawing conclusions already. I must first find conclusive evidence so as to protect the honor of the Von Karma name.
Whoa!
What is it, Detective Gumshoe?
My TV at home is so tiny compared to this one, pal.
And perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television like this one.
Ooh, let me see here. Wow, this thing is huge! Whoa! It's way too noisy!
You're the noisy one, Scruffy.
Don't touch it. You'll get your fingerprints all over it. But I didn't touch it. Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work.
The foundation, huh? Sounds like something the rookie here needs to shore up on. The window is open and there's a fresh, flowery scent in the air.
Ugh, the flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly.
You think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change?
Well, at least there's no way someone escaped through this window, pal. They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers if they were fall from the 3rd floor.
Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the windows?
Yeah, I guess there's that too. Either way, no one could get through these windows, right?
They thought of everything when they were designing this courthouse. Very nice. There are some plastic bags stacked up on the table. There's a tea set too, but there doesn't seem to be any sign of a disturbance.
Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. Maybe they were super quiet in their scuffle? After all, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know?
Maybe the plastic bags scattered on the floor are throwing us off?
There's some stuff in the bag, pal.
I suppose this was Mr. Faraday's bag. It's probably the trial evidence I was supposed to collect from him.
This is the evidence? Ah, I better not touch it. I'll leave prints on it.
You just not pay attention to anything you do. This decorative plant foliage is quite nice. It's actually soothing to be around it. Perhaps I should purchase one for my room. Ah, I see. Did you figure something out? This is a competition, Miles, and as such, I'd appreciate if you didn't talk to me. As you wish. Why are there plastic bags scattered all around?
Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal.
I know that much, Detective.
You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal?
Normally, I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy? Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? It looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Rel. At first glance, it seems like they must have killed each other. However...
Using logic, the only logical conclusion is... Aha!
What was that outburst for?
My detective instinct just hit me real hard. There's Mr. Rel that fell first, see?
You don't need a detective instinct for that. It's common sense. But I suppose we won't know much more than that until after I examine the bodies. Mr. Faraday, how ironic it is for him to lose his life in a courthouse.
Yeah, why did it have to be like this? I don't know what to say. I can't believe this happened while I was on watch, pal.
Rather than beating yourself up, you should spend your time continuing the investigation. Didn't you become a detective in order to solve crimes?
Yeah.
Then get back to work. Find out the cause of this murder.
Right. I'm on it, pal.
First he killed the Kodopian embassy staff member, then he was murdered himself.
This guy wasn't exactly an angel, you know?
Oh? What makes you say that?
Well, he's been hauled into the precinct several times for theft and assault, pal. So yeah, he's definitely the type to have committed a murder or two.
Well, he did admit to killing Mr. Deadman.
Hey, good point, pal. I knew my detective's intuition was telling me something.
Detective's intuition?
Yep. Do you know about it? It's a special feeling that all
We don't have time for this conversation right now. Let's return to the investigation.
Looks like Mr. Rell died with a knife in his hand.
There's some blood stuck on it.
Then he must have used this as a weapon. Yep, no doubt about it.
Was Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage? Did he bring this as a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? I should jot some notes down about it.
His hand is all black down there, see? I wonder what it could be.
If you look closely, this blotching pattern resembles an ink stain.
Ink stain?
Yes, I usually get ink on my own hand when I use my feather pen.
A feather pen? I've never seen one before. So you aren't just making it up, pal?
Why are there plastic bags scattered all around?
Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal.
I know that much, Detective.
You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal?
Normally I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but it's this guy. Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? I just read that entire exchange again, huh?
Looks like Mr. Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand.
So he shot Mr. Rell and then fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun?
I guess that does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun?
It's not exactly rocket science. Even I know how to pull a trigger. Although I doubt I'll ever need to use one.
I hope I never have to fire a gun either, pal. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands.
It appears that the police's training procedures need a thorough review. Anyway, I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hands. Mr. Rell's cause of death was from being shot, correct?
That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down.
That is bad enough, but it's truly lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth.
Are you sure they were trying to hide something?
I can't confirm Mr. Rell's cause of death with his body position like that. If this is bad, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail, if possible. What's this? You're not able to form a theory with them the way they are? I believe an examination of the bodies is vital to finding the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose you do have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it.
Labby? Yes, sir! We've taken enough photos of the scene, sir. And there you have it.
Do you not approve?
Of course not.
What?
The investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective. So don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will you? Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir. Gumshoe, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective. Yes, sir! Understood, sir!
It looks like Mr. Faraday was stabbed with this knife that Mr. Rell is holding.
Ouch!
What's wrong, Detective?
My stomach started to hurt from just thinking about being stabbed.
Keep your mind on the case, alright? Cut in the chest.
It takes some guts to fire a gun in a courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week and I still haven't fired a single round yet.
There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean...
Wait, burn marks?
A round grows very hot as it is discharged from a firearm. Therefore, burn marks are usually less when a shot is fired from point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Rell must have been shot from at least a yard or two away.
You sure do know a bunch of neat stuff for your age, pal.
Apparently, this detective has as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. Mr. Faraday is holding a gun in his right hand.
That's the one Mr. Rell got blown away by, right?
Laddie.
Oh, Labby, your answer.
Yes, sir. We found that the ballistic markings do match that gun.
Oh, ballistic markings are
the figurative fingerprints a gun leaves on a bullet when fired. Every gun leaves its own unique ballistic marking. Therefore, by looking at the markings on a bullet, you can tell which gun it came from.
Yeah, that's it. Of course, I already knew all that about that, pal. Maybe you'd be better off going back to the academy. Eek! Come on, sir! Cut me some slack, will you?
So the bullet that was fired from this gun is what felled Mr. Rell. There's something in his breast pocket. It's a fountain pen.
Hey, you know, I always keep a pencil behind my ear. It's because Detective Bad is always telling me, you should always write your name on everything you own.
Yes, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful individual.
There's a knife wound in his chest here, see?
I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Rel is holding.
Labby? Yes, sir! Verifying now, sir! Make it quick!
From the look of things, one could deduce that the knife Mr. Rel is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. Let us now try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out from today's trial evidence. Then he aimed the gun at Mr. Rel and fired. However, Mr. Rel managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. Then the two men fell together where they stood. That is my theory in any case.
What a crazy way to go!
No, something about the explanation just doesn't seem right. I believe I now have a firmer grasp on what happens here. Detective Bad, do you have any thoughts on the case?
Faraday and Rel. It looks like they killed each other, to me. Although, there are a few things that just don't seem right.
And what would they be?
Why don't you try thinking on your own first before you bother me, boy?
What? Now I've been downgraded to just boy? That's splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand. I wonder if it might be the ink from his fountain pen.
Ooh, let's ask the lab guy. Detective Gumshoe, I confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen. I see. Good work. You know, I've always wanted to say that, even if it was just one time in my life.
If Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand, I think it's fair to assume he was left-handed. It appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well.
Okay, if you say so, pal.
I thought that the window was open, so it Okay. There is a very tidy pile of plastic bags on the table. And yet, a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle, in which case, might there not be another explanation as to how they got there?
Another reason?
I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of the bag is related somehow.
Please get that blood away from me, pal.
Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag?
Hold on. Let me ask the lab guy.
Alright, please hurry.
Wait till you get a load of this, pal. It's Mr. Faraday's. Oh, and the technician said they didn't find anything else on or in the bag either.
It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence.
Okay, if you say so, I leave it in your hands, pal. I guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other.
No, we can't conclude that quite yet. There's still something I find very peculiar here. The theory that they simply killed one another is too simplistic in this case. In fact, there is actually a contradiction that shows there is another possibility.
No way, pal. Really?
I suppose I will just have to show you the contradiction in this crime scene. Okay, let me look at the evidence again. Listen, gunshot. Didn't hear a sign of a struggle. Knife was found in Mr. Rel's hand. Oh, okay, it's this.
Eureka!
There is a clear contradiction with the evidence here in this spot.
Really, pal? Because I don't see anything wrong there.
Ha! I was merely testing you.
Hey, pal! Don't make me arrest you for lying!
I guess I was mistaken. I guess I was mistaken. Faraday died of a knife to the chest. Rel died of bullet wound to the chest. There was no gunpowder burn his clothes, suggesting he was shot from a few yards away. Oh, okay. Never mind then. On pen. It seems Mr. Faraday was in the habit of using very nice fountain pens.
That's the total opposite of me. I don't get these things at all.
Well, I think the pencil behind your ear suits you just fine.
Really? You think so, pal? Man, I knew it was worth something.
That wasn't exactly a compliment, Detective. This looks like a quality nib.
Hey, let me test it out, pal. Ooh, this is really... Ah! I got ink all over my hands.
That's a gumshoe. Don't ever play with the evidence like that again. This blood here is from Mr. Faraday, but there are no other clues to be found. Which begs the question, do I need to put this bag inside another bag in order to preserve it as evidence? Okay, where's the contradiction? Faraday, age 40, Mac Grell, age 32. Time of death, December 10, approximately 4 p.m. Discovered immediately after a gunshot was heard. Faraday died of knife stab to the chest. Grell died of bullet wound to the chest. There is no gunpowder burn on his clothes, suggesting he was shot from a few yards away.
Eureka!
Okay, no, it wasn't that either.
Eureka! Eureka!
I'm just throwing things at the wall. Where is the contradiction? Okay. Am I already stuck?
Eureka!
I don't know what the answer is.
Eureka! Yeah, pal? I'm so excited, pal. This is my first real crime scene. Let's get investigating.
Detective Gumshoe? I thought investigations were supposed to be conducted in a calm, collected manner.
What do you know about running an investigation, little boy prosecutor?
I know that at the very least I have a greater grasp than you of what happened here.
Why you? You don't know any more than me, pal. Look, you just stay behind me, boy, and out of the way.
Ironic coming from the guy that's been a step behind me the entire case.
This is my first time setting foot inside the courthouse. Who would have thought that it'd be for my first case as a detective? But you know, I get a feeling I'll be coming here a lot more in the future.
As a suspect, detective.
Of course not, pal! Anyway, this lobby's actually pretty luxurious. I mean, for a detective lobby, defendant's lobby's got a pretty big TV. Oh, and there's that tea set on the table over there. That you didn't know that I like to drink tea. Wow, this really is decked out. If it means spending time in here, maybe being a suspect is a bad thing after all.
I'm beginning to suspect that leaving this detective in charge of anything might be bad. He is right. This room is rather well furnished. Somewhere in this room, the truth is slumbering. It's time to find it and give it a wake-up call. Oh, I haven't investigated the gun yet? There's no way to investigate.
Eureka! Okay, I'm just gonna look at the answer. I'm so sorry.
Turnabout Reminiscence, beginning. Oh, it was as simple as that. Okay.
Eureka!
Now we come face to face with the contradiction I spoke of, and it is this. Mr. Faraday used his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed. And yet, the handgun is in his right hand. Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold the gun in his right hand? That, ladies and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene.
Hey, you're right, pal. That does seem kind of strange. But how could something like that happen?
The facts add up to one conclusion and one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died.
No one else?
Plastic bags scattered on the floor and a gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. A person of vile intent who was serious about keeping the truth from us. Investigation complete. September 10th, District Court. Defendant Lobby number 2.
Here's the autopsy report.
It is probable that Mr. Rell survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from the stabbing. Interesting. It looks like we now know everything we need to know about this case.
Are you sure we know everything?
Of course! The incident began when Mr. Faraday attempted to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There is absolutely no margin for doubt. Do you really believe that to be the truth? Ha! Are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you? That you don't want to believe it's true? Ugh! It's alright. If you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is. Don't worry, I will. happened. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rel survived for a short time. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rel. And Mr. Rel, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, therefore he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look for any holes in her theory. Rebuttal. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Rel survived for a short time.
Hold it!
Do you truly believe that Mr. Faraday died instantaneously? I have the murder report right here. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously of shock due to being stabbed in the chest. There, you see? It's been documented clear as day. Ugh! From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Rel.
Hold it!
Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rel before he died? Do you have any basis for that statement? Your foolishness has no end, does it? Now, I hate to repeat myself, however, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. That's all the basis I need. Alright, so if Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, then you must have attacked Mr. Rel before being stabbed. You're finally beginning to catch on, I see. And Mr. Rel, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him.
Hold it!
So you believe that the dying Mr. Rel stole a knife from Mr. Faraday? Mr. Rel became desperate as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So the two men struggled. And in the end, Mr. Rel was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy condition of this room is a testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound. Can you really say that it's perfect? What are you insinuating? Nothing. However, I can't let what you said slide by without further inquiry. One must be clear and precise. If you could append that statement to your testimony. Fine. They struggled, and Mr. Rel used the last of his strength to counterattack Mr. Faraday.
Hold it!
I got this statement. Mr. Rel used all of his remaining strength to take the knife and defend himself. One could easily see that they had a violent struggle. Of course, this nothing compares to what my writing craft can do. That is what compares to the damage her prop can do with the state of this room. Furthermore, all the plastic bags on the floor in this room were scattered there due to the fight. Is there anything else that I can explain for you? No, that will be fine. Those are the facts of this case.
Hold it!
Claiming speculation as facts already? Don't you feel that the evidence is a bit lacking? You'll find all the evidence you need just by looking around this room. Mr. Faraday collapsed on top of Mr. Rel. In addition, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, making a counterattack impossible. Furthermore, the room is a total mess from their fight. I dare say that there's more evidence here than you could whip at. It looks like she's becoming more and more confident. And, looking at this place, she might have a right to be. After all, everything here seems to support her theory. It looks like you're starting to see my point. And as good as won our little competition, there's something strange about Franziska's theory. I should compare her claim with the data I've gathered thus far. I just know there's a contradiction somewhere.
Objection!
If the two men were fighting, their struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing. Ha! You place too much faith in that detective's testimony, you know. But for the sake of argument, let's say there wasn't a fight. How then did Mr. Rel get his hands on the knife? Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right here in lobby number 2. It is not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Rel saw a chance and took it out at some point. Oh, what you're saying is this. Mr. Rel took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed? Isn't there something strange in Franziska's statement just now? Wait, something doesn't add up. Oh, really? It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Rel after being stabbed.
Take that!
According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed with a knife. Ergo, he cannot possibly have fired the gun after that. Oh, you got me. But of course. Well then, if the report is correct, then there is only one correct explanation. If we suppose that Mr. Rel attacked first, then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Rel. Therefore, Mr. Rel must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. Then they both died. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense. Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying, Franziska. I just wanted to explain it to you as simply as possible, before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could. How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid, and still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Franziska? You've still got a ways to go. What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic? Mr. Faraday died instantly. And the fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in the scene. The contradiction here in this crime scene is... Let me get this straight. What you are arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Miss Sorrell. Then, the wounded Miss Sorrell found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot, and Miss Sorrell died thereafter. If that's the case, then how do you explain this? Take a good look at the order in which their bodies are piled. No! Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Miss Sorrell's. Therefore, Miss Sorrell must have died before Mr. Faraday. Impossible! Yes, I agree that it seems strange no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means that the real mystery behind this crime scene that we must solve is...
Objection!
No! Not so fast, Miles Edgeworth! What now? I simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside the box. And that it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent. Be sure to bounce back quickly. An explanation won't be enough this time. It's going to take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong. What happens, part 2? It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Miss Sorrell's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order. I just know that Franziska's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can then present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction. Rebuttal! It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Miss Sorrell.
Hold it!
I bet that.
Objection!
Testing someone's testimony in order to gain some time to think? You're a real one-trick pony, aren't you? It's too bad your trick only works on fools. That wasn't my intent. I simply wished for more details as to how Mr. Faraday ended up on top of Miss Sorrell. Someone's impatient. I was just about to explain everything to you. Ad starts in 1 minute. So do you think you can hold on for a minute? Ah! Franziska, I'll make you a deal. I'll hold on if you hold on to that whip of yours. Oh, I'll hold on to it, alright. As I whip you. Well, now that you've quieted down a bit, I'd like to continue if you don't mind. The two bodies fell into a pile.
Hold it!
The two fell on top of each other. Don't you find that to be just a bit strange? Not at all. Ah! I can see it in her eyes. She's dead set against me from the bottom of her heart. How's Edgeworth? Once I'm done here, you'll see that there's nothing strange at all. Now then, the two men fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time.
Hold it!
What do you mean by they attacked each other at the same time? I assume Mr. Faraday had the two different weapons in his hands. He made to attack Miss Sorrell while holding both the knife and revolver. And then, after Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Miss Sorrell grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Miss Sorrell wound up on the bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, that is more than possible. Yes, it's possible, but... Well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got. Oh, I will. And to that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony. I don't see any point to that, but as you please. Okay, be right back. Okay, we're back. That fact indicates that they attacked each other at the same time from close range.
Hold it!
You're saying that they attacked each other at the same time from close range? Exactly. Mr. Faraday pointed the gun at Mr. Rel's chest and pulled the trigger. Mr. Rel then took the knife from Mr. Faraday and stabbed him before he fell unconscious. The dead Mr. Faraday instantly fell on top of Mr. Rel from the stabbing, pinning Mr. Rel under him, where he died shortly thereafter. And that's how they ended up on top of each other with no contradictions to be seen. It really doesn't matter in the slightest that they fell in the opposite order.
Hold it!
Do you really believe they fell in the exact opposite order in which they were attacked?
Miles Edgeworth. You're not listening to a word that I'm saying! Ah! They both attacked each other at the same time, and Mr. Rel fell first by chance, leaving Mr. Faraday to just happen to fall on top of him. Then Mr. Rel died shortly thereafter, pinned underneath Mr. Faraday. That's how it happened.
The two men attacked each other with Mr. Rel randomly falling down first? The fact that the order that they attacked each other in varies from the order they fell in doesn't cause a problem for me. However, there's definitely one certain aspect that I'm having trouble swallowing. Oh wait, I didn't mean to do that again. I meant to present.
Objection!
So you believe they killed each other at close range? Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as it was written in the crime scene notes, the firing of the handgun did not leave a gunpowder burn on Mr. Rel's clothes. Therefore, Mr. Rel and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Ah! Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. The two bodies were piled up on each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. And with there being no chance that Mr. Rel moved that far after being shot, that leaves only one possible explanation. What a completely foolish line of foolish thought from a thoroughly foolish fool! If I'm not right? Then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? Who? The person that attacked first with murderous intent? That would be... Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can only be one explanation. There was a third person here. It was that third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel, and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit. Miles Edgeworth, there's just one thing you're missing. Evidence, correct? Exactly. Everything you've said up until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this crime? Of course. If a third person was truly here, that fact would resolve the glaring contradiction. The proof that this has all been a setup made to look like they killed each other. I'll present it, and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. What is the piece of evidence that proves there is a third person involved? Does prove it. Let's get this wrong.
Take that!
Oh! The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand and a plastic bag with his blood on it. These two items point to the presence of a third person. How so? Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle.
If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground, meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for the moment, there's a high probability of blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprit held a knife with a plastic bag around it, they could use the bag to catch any blood splatter from when they withdrew the knife. Then, by spreading a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one in with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two, they were able to conceal their presence. Ah!
Looks like we've still got a long way to go in this investigation.
Yes.
Objection!
What is this?
What the heck's up with you, pal?
Mr. Bass, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest.
What? What's the meaning of this?
Ha! Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates.
Don't you dare.
That detective claims he was there, standing in front of the door the entire time. But I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie. Miss Yu, I ask that you please explain that last statement. I'll let His Honor explain it himself.
I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you. During the recess, there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway. What? See, Mr. Bad?
Oh, so I ask you, why would a detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie?
Gumshoe? Did you kill Mr. Faraday? No! Of course not, sir!
It would appear that the one who set this whole crime scene up is that detective, which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. It looks like your perfect logic has come tumbling down, Miles.
Ugh. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle.
Is that statement really a lie?
Detective Gumshoe, you're now a suspect in the murder of 2 men. Now spit out the truth or so help me. I haven't lied to anyone, sir. Honest. I really was there. I was in the hallway the whole time.
Hold it!
Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I am the one that is heading up this investigation, am I not?
Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy.
All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly. Perfection is the only wish of a disciple of Mon Karma, after all. Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something.
And what's that?
What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? I suppose the one thing I'd like clarified is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime.
Motive, huh? Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or anything? No, sir, not me. Not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir. Is that a fact?
Objection!
You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe?
I'm telling you, I am not lying.
The more unnatural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know? If you want a motive, Edward, I have one for you right here. Could you please share it with us? However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy, because all I'm interested in is the perfect explanation. You're serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. Gumshoe's motive. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit." A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut. That's reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation?
You totally misunderstand me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge. Quiet. We can't trust anything you say. Sir?
There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed, per se. But there are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. Miss Yu's perfect explanation may not be so perfect at all. Rebuttal. It was about a week ago.
Hold it!
A week ago? Then you and Detective Gumshoe are acquaintances? No way. I only met him in person today. Then how did you know about Detective Gumshoe? Oh, I've seen him around before. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct.
Hold it!
Mr. Faraday was upset? Yeah. You know what else? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often. But he was totally beat right in the face.
And the offending detective just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face he's making right now, right?
Oh, I'm completely innocent, I tell you. The poor man.
It was quite the scene with the detective. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit."
Hold it!
You just stood there watching this unfold in front of you?
Yeah, I have to say, it was really enjoyable, too. But that's why when I saw Detective Gumshoe earlier, I knew to steer clear of him.
No way! I thought it was because I had something stuck on my face!
But you do!
Huh? What if I got stuck on my face?
Start with your eyes, nose, mouth. Oh, and those ridiculous eyebrows.
Huh?
Oh man, messing with your head is just too much fun.
Miss Yu, if you don't mind, I'd like to return to your testimony now.
Sure, why not? A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut?
That's reason enough for a grudge.
Hold it!
To cut a new detective salary right off the bat like that.
I'm not really familiar with the way you guys relate. Is that a common practice? Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that to me earlier too?
I suppose I did. It's only natural to cut a worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father can fire anyone, new or old, with a snap of his fingers. You think maybe that's reason enough for detectives to hate you people?
Well, I guess. They really shouldn't cut people's pay.
Heck is bad.
Don't tell me Mr. Von Karma cut your salary earlier.
Well, how's that for the perfect explanation?
Hold it!
You call your explanation perfect? It's not to your liking. Unfortunately for you, it's just not up to my standards. Oh, is there something you want me to clarify in that case? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Alright, if you could clear this one thing up for me. I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Rel? His motive for killing Mr. Rel? Like I would know. If there was no clear motive for both of the murders, then I doubt this incident would have occurred. Wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves? Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea. What? But that's impossible. She must know something. Wait. Can you please not glare at me like that? It makes me laugh. I didn't even do anything and you're already laughing away. Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as he had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out the way it did anyway. Oh? Would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation. Perfect this, perfect that. Stop being so uptight. Or is that a requisite trait for being a Von Karma? Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you shut this rude woman up.
I wish you'd both be quiet for just 1 second.
Ahem. Oh well. I guess I'll just have to explain it to you kids. Motive to kill the men. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Rel, who happened to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity, instead of to look like they had killed each other. I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? I should take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. The second KGA incident, as people are calling it, involving an embassy staff member, and the two men who both wound up as suspects in the case. Is there someone else I'm overlooking who is somehow related to them? Rebuttal. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel.
Hold it!
So there is no one else who might have a grudge against both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel? I suppose no one is a bit of a stretch, but I'm pretty sure no one like that was here in this courthouse today. She's lying through her teeth. We just saw someone like that here earlier. Besides, you don't need to prove that the killer had a grudge against both men. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men.
Hold it!
Someone with a grudge against one of the men. In that case, aren't there plenty of other people who fit the bill? Sure. After all, who doesn't garner scorn from another simply by being alive? But the only one who held a grudge and acted upon it by killing was Detective Gumshoe. Ugh! Furthermore, Mr. Rao, who happens to be there, became a witness to Mr. Faraday's murder.
Hold it!
So you're saying that he was basically silenced. Aren't you glad you managed to avoid the same fate, Your Honor? Why, if you had been the one to witness some blood-covered detective...
What? Detective Gumshoe! You would kill even me? What? I could never do something as terrible as that, Your Honor. There's no need for even a second of deliberation. I will hand down my verdict here.
Objection!
Your Honor, take a look around. We are not in court right now. It would be greatly appreciated if you would stay here with us in reality.
Please forgive me. I know not what I do.
And you there, monsieur. Hurry up and continue with your testimony. If you fail to do so, I will whip you into shape. That's nice. Sounds kind of like fun, actually. Anyway, Detective Gumshoe had to erase the witness, Mr. Rao. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like they had killed each other.
Hold it!
Didn't do it, pal.
No hard feelings, but I don't think we can take the word of a criminal seriously.
But I can't even begin to think of ways to set up a crime scene.
I suppose you do lack the necessary tactical mind required to do such a thing.
Why do you have to kick a man when he's down, pal?
You shouldn't put yourself down, Detective. You're a big boy. I bet you thought it up all by yourself, right?
Yeah, that's right. And I worked real hard at it, too.
I think this proves one thing about the detective. Has the mental acuity of a worm. I have to admit, her explanation makes sense. However, there is also something she overlooked in her testimony. I should present that piece of evidence and see if I can't make her see the truth.
Objection!
Monsieur, I believe there is someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, is it because you'd rather not bring this person up? What do you mean? We are looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rao. I can think of at least one person that fits the bill. He was the suspect in the original KG-8 incident, and a member of the Kodopian embassy staff, Mr. Manny Kochan. That's right. The very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Kodopian embassy staff, Mr. Rao. And the man who was the lead prosecutor of the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Kochan has no reason at all to kill both of these men? Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two.
You covered for me, pal. Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all.
Don't get ahead of yourself. You're still a suspect, make no mistake about that. The perfect evidence, the perfect testimony, these are the only things I wish to hold.
But I didn't do it!
You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Kochan for me. And remember, I will not be very forgiving should any of this leak out.
You want to investigate Kochan? You'd just be wasting your time.
And why is that?
Kochan was up in the viewing gallery, watching the trial, or so I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived.
And the only real suspect we have is still Detective Gumshoe. I suppose so.
No way! Come on, Detective Bad! You've got to believe me, sir! I really was in that hallway the whole time, sir! I never took a single step into this room, sir! Okay, then are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway? Oh, there was no one else, sir. Then why should I believe you didn't do it?
There's one incredibly foolish detective, standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt. I have to admit it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes. And if that detective really wanted to prove that he was innocent, you'd think he would at the very least offer up I spaced out while on duty or the like.
Come on, Gumshoe, time for your interrogation. Detective Bad!
Miles Edgeworth, I will go on ahead and report this to Papa.
That, as they say, is that. Right, everyone? Ho!
Well, I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, Miss Yu, there is something I'd like to speak with you about. What is it? To have set these two men up and make it look like they killed each other. If there's one thing I cannot forgive, it's the desecration of the dead. Everything is neat and tidy on top of the table with not a single disturbance in sight. The television has been left on, to preserve the crime scene, of course, and it will stay on until the police are finished with their investigation. Do they think nothing of saving electricity? How bothersome. A pleasant breeze is blowing through this window. If only I could exchange it with the stifling atmosphere of this crime scene. It's Mr. Faraday's bag. The evidence for the trial of the embassy staff murder is in here, and if things had gone smoothly, they would now be mine. Including the two weapons in this double murder, the knife and gun, I suppose. Hey, wait! Edward? Where are you off to? Aren't you the one who wanted to talk? Oh yeah, sorry about that. So, what did you want to ask me about? The current case of the murdered Ethiopian embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG-8 incident. Only among you law enforcement types. And what about it? I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG-8 incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers. No, I believe you know much more, since you are directly tied to the KG-8 incident. I'd appreciate if you'd stop with the false accusations. Racist outbursts are useless both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know? I do, but I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here. Think you can stop making that ultra-serious face in front of me? If you could please stop laughing for just 1 second. If I'm going to make any headway like this, I'm just going to have to show her exactly how related to the KG-8 incident she is. Miss Yu, I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KG-8 incident. That file is your proof. Very well then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KG-8 incident? Your connection to the KG-8 incident is to the victim. The victim's name is CCU. You'll note that she has the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you are not related to this case? Sorry, but we're not related. Just kidding. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face. And I couldn't help but... Miss Yu, I ask that you please tell me the truth. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities in the Mono group was my sister, CCU, as I thought. And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial by Manny Kochin. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life completely carefree. All because of a lack of evidence. No, I heard that the evidence to convict him did exist. What? I heard it was from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Kochin's trial was over. Apparently, a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence. Then the evidence had been tampered with? Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring being run out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries. They bailed Mr. Kochin out. Turns out they were in league with each other all along. How big was that smuggling ring? Was it a large operation? I don't really know. Which is why I wanted to become the lead defense. On this case that people are calling the second KG-8 incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much, I know. You mean you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring? I don't know what to think. Why did Mr. Kochin want to meet with you earlier? Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he only found out that I was a defense lawyer on this case after he'd arrived. He figured he should say hi and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad. What's that supposed to mean? Oh boy, happy with a scary face already? I'm fine, really. I give him a good slap across the face. The way she talks about slapping him as she laughs away is kind of creepy. Ahem. But it's just as Mr. Bad said. He's not related to the double murder. I asked around and people in the gallery claimed that he was in his seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh? That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life. Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we? Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I work in my own way, and I will catch this criminal in my own way as well. You'll see. Look at you with your game face on, ready to go. I'm making no such face. Did you know? Laughter is the best medicine, Edgeworth. Don't you get tired of making such a serious face all the time? I'm charged with making sure that all the criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter. There you go, making that face again. Oh well, I've got to get going. I still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. The KG8 incident and this murder investigation. It is my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus that detective, Detective Gumshoe? It's obvious he's lying, even if the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly, this case is far from over. But whether or not that detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma? I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth. To be continued. September 10th, 4:45 p.m. District Court, 3rd floor lobby. Sir, what is to become of the trial into the Cadopian Embassy staff member's murder?
Indeed, since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead. The case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely.
Ha! Looks like you'll have to wait just a bit longer for your big debut. I suppose it can't be helped.
The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while.
Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Cadopian Embassy staff member, and the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rao?
What an outrageous circus it has all become. That Faraday brought it all upon himself with his naivete.
An outrageous circus. Right, sir.
I grow weary of this topic. Edgeworth, I will have you assigned to a different case.
Papa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you?
I'll consider it.
Sir, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation.
Whatever for.
I know that there is already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rao. However, there is not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt.
The perfect proof? Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection.
Papa? Who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders? Miles and I, we're competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene is a really rare opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree?
If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish.
Then, you're allowing us to continue?
In court, your top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. We have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't we? It wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now. Edgeworth, Franziska, see to it I'm not disturbed, safe for the results of your competition.
Yes, sir. Of course, Papa. Franziska. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means that the competition is still on. Yes, just as you wished. I couldn't let you get off so easily. Now then, let's see how well you fare on the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth. I know I don't have enough information yet. My first order of business will be to question anyone involved with this case. It's an incredibly detailed model, isn't it? I heard that it costs as much to make as it costs to build the courthouse itself. What was the point of making such an expensive model? I felt the exact same way upon hearing it. It's so hard to understand such foolishness. Agreed.
Wow, this thing is so incredibly detailed. My inner modeling fanboy is impressed.
I'm not exactly a fan of plastic models, per se. But even I can sense the superb quality of this model. I simply cannot comprehend how that man can feel so much love for such a trifle. Oh, I see. You're a disciple of my father, so you would do well to guard yourself against an interest in such unproductive things. Yes, perhaps I should take up whipping people like the young lady over there.
Now I can't stop the water, sir.
It seems that the man who was here earlier broke it by drinking from it too much. Such a fool to pretend to not see the foolish actions of a foolish fool. Well then, why don't you lend the officer a hand? As if I should have anything to do with this. Besides, that water-drinking fool's mouth is the thing that officer should be covering. Let's give that officer a description of the water guzzler later. He seems to have quite the grudge. It sounds to me like someone wanted a drink.
Sir, nothing to report, sir.
Is there no one who will make this man take responsibility for his actions on the job? Looks like we have no choice but to report this to Papa. Then, this guard can have fun in a waking nightmare after being awakened from his dream. Actually, let's not. I kind of feel sorry for him now.
Whoa.
What's the matter, officer?
I've been standing here for forever, sir, and I really need to go to the bathroom.
Why don't you just take a quick trip? The nearest one isn't that far, is it?
No, it's a short way down the hall beyond these doors, but I don't want to be blamed for anything that might happen while I'm gone. So I'm gonna hold it.
Perhaps a sense of gumption can be a positive influence on the force after all. Miss you? Oh, it's you, Edgeworth. And who are you? Wait, you were at the crime scene just now, weren't you? You should be disbarred for not knowing who I am. I am Franziska von Karma, and I'm about to become the successor to the family name. About to? I guess that means that for now, you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are. What? Why are you whipping me? Anyway, it looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting. I'm terribly sorry, but I have a few more questions to ask of you. Look at you, eyebrows scrunched with lines on your forehead. And that... to ask of you... what exactly is so funny? I'm sorry. I'm just bad at dealing with a super serious atmosphere. Apparently they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school. I feel much better now. So what is it you want to talk about? I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. We were in defendant lobby number 1 the whole time, up until we heard the gunshots. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. You were with Detective Bad? Why? We had a little something to discuss, that's all. So I take it that your acquaintances with Detective Bad? Yeah, he was a detective in charge of the KG-8 incident. Detective Bad is also related to that incident? That's right. He was the one who was supposed to protect my sister, Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth? Perhaps Edgeworth, I have no idea what you two are talking about. I've heard of the KG-8 incident from my papa, but how does that case relate to you, Miss Yu? The victim of that case, CCU, was my little sister. You're making that super serious face again. I'm fine, really. I just make it a point to rub some more salt on his wounded pride every time I see him. The way she talks about doing that as she laughs away, it's kind of creepy. Speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday, I'd say they met up just about every single time the Yatakarasu made a move. It was practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes. I see. He didn't mention that he is in charge of the Yatakarasu investigation earlier. Maybe I should ask her what she knows about the Yatakarasu in more detail. You claimed that at the time of the murder, you were with Detective Bad. But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during a recess? We do, and that's what I was planning to do. But Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he dragged Mr. Bell away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked. And what did you talk with Detective Bad about? Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some. Talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more. Bloody, when she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults. Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in the defendant lobby number 1 when the murders occurred, so I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2. I see. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mackerel. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yatakarasu, is that correct? Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatakarasu that had made off with the evidence from KG-8, I began to ask Mr. Rao all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rao was not the Yatakarasu. He had just made that up. He made it up? Mr. Rao's crime was caught on tape by the security cameras, but there was no footage of him sneaking into the Cadokian embassy itself. Hold on for just 1 second. Then you need to say that you knew he was not the real Yatakarasu? And that he was just another cold-blooded killer? And you were ready to defend him? Yes, that's right. I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job is to cover for criminals. Oh, shut up, Edgeworth! That's why defense lawyers are so detestable, but they are no match for us Von Karmas. I don't believe it, you're serious? Why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about? And Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier? I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG8 incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer? Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Brown was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him, ever. So don't you dare think that's I was going to. I'm sorry. Forgive my rashness. Miss Yu, I was wondering if you could tell me about the Yatakarasu. The Yatakarasu, huh? I don't really know much about that character myself, but I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them. Requests from companies? The Yatakarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know. Alright then, perhaps the Yatakarasu isn't in the business of stealing people's lives. You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Karma?
Francisca, be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully or we'll make you sued by—
There, I chose carefully, just like you wanted. That just now, that's hilarious, little Missy. Of course it was.
What is wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight?
And, so in the end, what is the Yatakarasu? I have to say, I had never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany. The Yatakarasu deals in information, namely in digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. The Yatakarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and then makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, this person sounds like just another criminal to me. I suppose you could put it that way, too. But either way, I get a lot more clients now thanks to that thief.
Sounds like Miss Yu is profiting nicely.
I suppose I've gotten all I can out of Miss Yu. I should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now. It's a bookshelf. What's this?
Judges' Trial Exchange Log? It appears to be a journal where the various judges share their thoughts and ideas. The real daily lives of the judges are laid out here on these pages.
There's nothing about the court in here. It's just page after page of unrelated drivel.
Judging by the content, they are very enthusiastic about the courthouse's daily menu. It would appear that fried oysters are a favorite.
I have no use for such foolish words from that foolishly foolish crowd.
Someone please assure me that this is not the true state of this poor country's judiciary.
Detective Gumshoe.
Hey, it's you, pal! You're here! Ouch!
Yes, I am I.
I don't think you needed to whip him to let him know that. I didn't do it, pal! I swear on my honor as a detective! I really didn't!
Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, Detective. Once the investigation is fully over, and should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you.
Have a heart, pal.
But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about if you really are innocent, that is.
That's right! Hey, pal, go on to your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will you?
I would have done so, even had you not requested me to, Detective. So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? And what exactly did you do to make him so angry?
I just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because on my very first day as a detective, I reported it in my usual post instead of the Criminal Affairs Department. By the time I got down to Criminal Affairs, I was really late. That's when he gave me that huge speech.
I remember doing the same exact thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom.
How pathetic for the detective to be comparable to a mere school child.
You claimed to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during the recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so, and from whom?
Earlier at around 3:20, and from Detective Bad, pal. Today's trial took a really crazy turn, so I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday.
And yes, something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty.
Ow! Words sting worse than your whip, pal.
So it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard, huh? Now then, Detective Gumshoe, is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
Nope, not a thing, pal.
In that case, allow us to take a look at what you are carrying on your personage.
You can't do that!
There's nothing of any particular value here.
Well, my handcuffs and badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so, you know.
And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket?
Oh! Hands off, pal!
Just show it to us already.
No!
Annual bonus check within $5 total. Except there is no check inside.
You got your look, now give it back, pal! It's my first bonus as a brand new detective! I just got it and cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me up until I did, you know? That envelope is really special to me. Now give it back!
You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later.
How could you? I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning now.
I think I've asked him just about everything I needed to. No, wait. Since he became a suspect, there is one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait a second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe.
Understood, but please make it brief, sir.
I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. I must confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than a gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct?
No mistake about it, pal.
Then you were also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either? Is that also correct?
Yup. Not even a single man passed through that hall while I was on duty.
You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself?
Huh? Oh. But it's true! I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what I can even imagine.
So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. But why would he do so, given the situation he's in? I believe in a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant lobbies is in order. Oh! Hey!
Oh, you! No!
How could you have not noticed that coming?
Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier?
Thanks! That's exactly what I needed!
Kids.
Can sometimes be so cruel. It looks like she dropped something. Swiss roll, dropped by the mysterious young girl. Says courthouse special on it. Maybe we should arrest the girl? She might turn out to be a valuable lead.
Ugh. I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt the next time we meet.
I believe I asked all that I need to of this man. Now for Detective Bad and the judge. We have to confirm who is correct. The judge with that scruff face, right? I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of lobby number 2 next then. I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Franziska? September 10th. District Court. Hallway.
So, did you see anything else? No, I don't think so.
I see.
Well, thanks for your cooperation. Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law. That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions. Anytime, detective. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. Oh, you're that new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right?
My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. And I'm Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Franziska Von Karma. I'm set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor.
I see, Mr. New Prosecutor recommended my Miss... Ah! I bit my tongue.
Are you alright, Your Honor? Please feel free to refer to me as just Ms. Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine. Apparently, somebody doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title.
Oh, very well then. I shall call you Miss Von Karma and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now, about your earlier testimony.
Yes? What about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw.
Alright. After all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law.
I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, the first thing I will need to do is figure out the detective's exact movements. Begin investigation. There are no signs that this fire extinguisher was used in the crime. If you can already tell from a distance, then why are you wasting your time examining it? Francisca, let's not try to rush absolute genius. He's making a most ridiculous-looking face. That may be, but at least he doesn't look like someone who would tell a lie on purpose. I suppose, with foregone karma, evidence is the only thing that carries any weight. Of course. At any rate, this poster seems to be of no use to us right now. Have you found any suspicious fingerprints, officer?
Nope, just the fingerprints of those involved with the case, sir.
I guess we know all of the players in this case then, huh? It would appear that way, but I have the nagging feeling that we're missing something. And I suspect that what we're missing is hiding right here in this crime scene somewhere. Did you find something, officer? I think there's a $5 bill back there. Come on, a little more. Is there no one working this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue? Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person we can deem useful here. It doesn't look like there's anything contradictory left in this area. I suppose not. Perhaps I should check somewhere else. I can look outside. However, I doubt the killer could have escaped through here. Of course not. This is the 3rd floor, after all. It appears that bars were installed on this to prevent people from falling out. Bars? What bars? Can you not see them from your vantage point? I must remember not to bring up that taboo subject again. Ugh! What's the matter? I pricked myself on one of these cactus's needles. I didn't think the needle on this thing would be so sharp. Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case. Do you really think so? Because I believe that this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely related. Oh, well then I look forward to your explanation on how exactly it is related. I don't know either. What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber. I feel like I've seen something like this before. Well, all I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there is a litterer running loose inside this courthouse is simply unforgivable. Ah! It's not like it was I who littered. Rubbish belongs to the rubbish bin. Yeah! The ants are hard at work carrying the food home. It's a marvel that they can pick up such comparatively large objects for their size. Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Karma name and not be squished under it, you better work extra hard, just like these ants. The same goes for you, Francisca. Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder?
Do you suspect me of something?
No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor.
But very well. You may continue with your testimony.
Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after.
Oh! I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony.
I'm beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being in a trial room by this judge.
Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you go take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. It is a window to the men's restroom. In other words, you can see clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom. When I was going into the restroom, that detective, Gumshoe was it? He was standing in front of the vending machines buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't believe, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore.
Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it to me rationally.
Oh, I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's what my finely honed judge's intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off. Oh!
Apparently this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. The restroom window, huh? I wonder if you can really see the men's bathroom window from that one there. You can. I'm looking at it right now. I demand that you show me this view at once. I suspect that her height is what's limiting her ability to see. That's probably all I'm going to find out from His Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now?
Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor.
Oh, anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime.
The judges in this country seem rather friendly. Yes, it's at little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand out very fair verdicts. Detective Thad, I have something I wish to inquire about. Hey, how about doing some actual work, you? I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess.
You're getting in the way of the investigation.
I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself. Plus, I still hold investigative authority. So I hear you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here.
Faraday, that guy was just accused. No? I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective's instinct told me.
A lot of good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it.
Hold it!
Franziska, I think you need to apologize. Ah, I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry, Detective Thad. Please continue.
I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct. I told them to send somebody over. And that detective, the one that showed up.
And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Thad?
Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, we came up to these defendant lobbies together. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. He told us that Faraday was really mad, and that he dragged Drell off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something, and that Faraday had said not let anyone interrupt them. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside.
And around what time did all of that take place?
Let's see, I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway, not once.
Oh? And how can you make such a claim?
One of the guards out in this floor's main lobby swore to me that he didn't.
If the detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to? That's simple. He must have gone into lobby number 2, just as I suspected.
You and I, we were in lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe.
It would seem that I am still missing some key pieces of information. Detective Thad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not?
Yeah. I heard it when I was in defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you.
How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene?
Less than a minute.
What were your movements upon hearing the gunshot?
I grabbed the big lug who was just walking around in the hall and raced into lobby number 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies, in that order.
That means you to discover the crime scene, right?
Yeah, I guess it does, little miss.
I'm about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve, or else.
You wave that thing around anymore, and I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss.
You wouldn't dare!
Just joking.
Detective Thad is really something if you can make Francisco behave.
Are we about done?
Is there anything else I should ask him about? I'd like to know a little more about the circumstances under which you heard the gunshot.
Like I said, I was in lobby number 1 with you. I have nothing else to add.
Well, his testimony certainly corroborates with what Mr. Mew said. Kyle, you already asked him about that, remember? I suppose I should ask him about something else. Place? That's a bad. Where were you when you heard the gunshot?
How many times are you going to ask that? I was in defendant lobby number 1 when I heard the gunshot.
It's exactly the same as what he said earlier when I asked.
Now, get out of here. You're getting in the way.
Hold it!
I'm not through questioning you yet. I was looking for time. I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot.
It was around the end of the recess, and the trial was about to start again. I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. But I got the sense he wasn't going to show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get him, or he'd be late. And just as I thought that, bang! The sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums.
So you heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart, huh?
Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste.
Oh, come on. All you're doing is standing in front of this door doing nothing. I get the sense that he is somewhat investigating this crime scene. Ad starts in 1 minute. Or rather, that he is keeping us under surveillance. To what end? Detective Bad, may I ask that you cooperate with us for just a bit longer?
I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place.
Fine then, be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles. You may no longer be willing to help us, however. May I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation?
Do as you like.
It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods. Just lovely. What will they think of next? Okay, see you right back. Okay, I'm back. Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. One packet for $9. The kind is fresh milk. 1/2 pint for $7. Say neutral to Swiss and do until the end with these for $6. They're awfully overpriced. The lineup is simply awful, period. Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll the little girl dropped is in this machine? I was wondering about that myself. Stay neutral as a Swiss and do until the end with these. The end of what? Well, I assume it means the end of the trial. I suppose this means that one should eat these during the recess? You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now, huh? I wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They come in packs of 2 after all. We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me. If you want, we can pool our money and buy a pack together. If I have to split with you, then I don't want it. When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. It looks like this slogan was decided through a public contest. And the winner was Prosecutor Winston Payne? What a pathetic slogan. No presents at all. Now, if it was up to me, it would read, if you leave matters in Von Karma's hands, everyone in court will be found guilty dogs.
Objection!
Overruled. Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. I see.
Objection!
Miles Edgeworth, wouldn't you agree that it's a very clever pun? Do you really think they put that much effort into the product name? Even a foolish fool can understand the foolish thinking of the fool who made it up. You're acting so foolishly that I got so thoroughly mad and I'm now utterly famished. If you wanted a pack of these, all you had to do was ask a normal person. Don't let the prosecution and defense make a ham sandwich out of you. It sounds like it's directed at the ham of a judge. Well, it certainly isn't directed at me. I can outmaneuver him any day. When it's looking bad, line your opposition with some OJ. Are they promoting violence? Don't worry, my whip will make sure that anybody following this advice won't be for long. Compared to the sting of a whip, the sting of orange juice may not be so bad. Defendant's fresh milk. What exactly is that supposed to mean? I bet it means that the milk is freshly milked by various defendants on trial right now. No, I think it might mean that this was milked right here from the various defendants. Miles Edgeworth? You can't possibly be serious. Of course not.
Milking a defendant? That's a step too far, Ace Attorney. That all that's that we're able to see here? Looks like I haven't investigated all of it. Oh. What are these black speckles? I believe it's a pile of ants eating away. Ooh, a detective! He claims that not a single ant slipped by him, and yet here's a whole hill of them. Ah! What are you hitting me for? As a replacement for that pathetic detective. Ugh. Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing cap of pay cuts. Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating. From the look and sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll. Miles Edgeworth, the courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times. Ugh! It wasn't me that dropped food on the ground.
The courthouse must be kept clean.
No!
Ants are pouring out of the hole in this bench as well. I wonder if the inside of this bench consists of nothing but ants. Don't you dare continue with that gross line of thought.
Ugh! I'm sorry.
The dirt on this bench, it smells like some sort of sweet substance. I believe there is someone going around dirtying in the courthouse. For shame!
Hold it!
Calm down, Francisca.
Now take a good look. Doesn't this smudge look kind of like a handprint to you? I suppose it could be. Which means that perhaps we should let the print of the person who sullied this bench. See? And then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob. You there, the lab technician. Could you please find out who this handprint belongs to?
Sure, yes, sir. I've got the result of fingerprint analysis, sir.
And? Do we know who they belong to?
Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe.
Oh? Interesting. Good work, officer. And there you have it. Yes, I suppose so. Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench. I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways. These bits of chocolate and cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll? A Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that? It may not seem like the right venue, however, it is being sold right over there. The vending machine? Ah, I see. Staying neutral is the Swiss, do until the end with these. 2 for $6? Talk about expensive. Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now. Naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I? Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a Swiss roll. And as he ate, he dropped him on the floor and sullied the bench. How could he not have cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable. Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts. Contradiction? Where? I think another look at this special courthouse vending machine is in order. Contradiction, huh?
Eureka!
About Detective Gumshoe's finances, he said that until this morning, he didn't have even a single penny in this personage. Just how poor is that guy? If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow. Indeed. That detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is, how? What am I to do next? Yes, what is it? This is a pretty spacious hallway, but it's nothing compared to the ones at home. Indeed, because the house itself is a bit too spacious. However, even with this much space, there's nowhere for that scruff face to hide. Well, other than the crime scene just beyond these doors. Franziska, I believe it's much too early to draw any conclusions. We've already proven that Detective Gumshoe was in this hallway the entire time. Now, all we need to do is gather more information. And to do that, I'll just have to examine everything I see here by myself. So, according to the judge, someone looking through the restroom window that you can see from the window at the end of this hall can see into this hall? I wonder exactly how true that statement is, don't you? Well, it is possible to get a pretty clear view of this hallway from that restroom. Is there really a men's bathroom window through the window at the end of this hall? Of course. Can you not see it? Ah! I demand that you show me this view at once. I suppose I should go and examine that window once again anyway. We've gathered so much information, but they feel like just random fragments to me. I wonder what really happened here. Random fragments? No matter how unrelated they may seem at first, they might actually fit together somehow. I'm so tired of your inner monologue. Say something! Ah! I'm going to end up in pieces before I can piece the logic together thanks to that whip. It looks like this Swiss roll was brought from the vending machine in the hallway. I heard that it has a nice fluffy texture and just the right amount of sweetness. And it's made from all natural ingredients. So of course, it's easy to digest as well. Or so I've heard. Franziska, if you want one, I'd appreciate if you would just tell me so. I never said I wanted one. And besides, if I did, I'd make you prepare me some milk to go along with it. At
At that time, I hope you will be more direct instead of playing these mind games. I was wondering what you think of this piece of evidence.
Asking more help is breaking the rules, Miles. As I said earlier, this is a competition, a battle of wits. If you want to act on one opinion, you should start with yourself.
In other words, you have no real opinions about this piece of evidence, do you?
Lucky's annual bonus envelope? What a useless piece of evidence.
Yes, well, obvious point aside, what do you think about the low amount of money?
A pathetic amount for a pathetic detective. I think it rather suits him.
But don't you think it's a bit too low, even for an officer like him?
By his pay, I can tell he's a fool that I'd never trust anything to. A foolish fool like him would only blotch my record with foolishly foolish mistakes. Well, now that it matters, I'll never have to work with that pathetic fool anyway.
That was a bit harsh, even for you, Francisca.
Weapons in this case. I pity Mr. Faraday. It's bad enough to be killed with evidence that he prepared himself, but to also be killed in the courthouse of all places. And right in the middle of one of the trials he was running, too.
This goes to show that nothing in life is predictable. Oh, I didn't do that again.
KD8 incident, huh? The defendant was acquitted in that case, but I don't think we've seen the last of it.
The fact that he was acquitted on the lack of evidence is just revolting. It's inexcusable.
Well, if it was my papa, he would have been found guilty in 3 minutes flat.
Indeed. We would do well to watch and study more from our mentor, so that we may secure a conviction for all those we try. That will be our rule.
What's all this we business? Don't let me in with you, Miles. Any suspect I come across will confess everything to me before we even reach the trial. I'll show you exactly who is the superior prosecutor.
Clearly, only one of us is playing to win here.
Do you think you can win this competition by simply showing that to me?
Not at all. In fact, I was planning to thank you. I wouldn't be a prosecutor today without you and your father.
You didn't really do much. You become a prosecutor first, that's all. But just you wait and see, Miles Edgeworth. Very soon I'll be a prosecutor too.
Good, then we can both send criminals away together as colleagues.
So you can be sure that I will always get more convictions than you.
It's almost cute that she's going this far to insist that she'll always win. Almost. What else am I supposed to look at? Am I supposed to be piecing together this evidence? Of course it doesn't go together. Yeah, that doesn't go together either. This is bad. I'd like to ask you about this piece of evidence.
What a narcissist. He'd rather look at his face in the evidence.
Don't trust your eyes all the time, little girl. I can see the evidence, and keep an eye on the two of you with this mirror.
What? Then why don't you answer?
Because I've got nothing to say. That's all.
Understood. Why couldn't he have just said that at the beginning?
It's just as I said, I have nothing further to add. But if there's one thing a detective honors, it's that you must have confidence in and take responsibility for anything you say. That's what it means to be a detective.
In other words, you're just another stubborn horse, aren't you, detective?
Sure, Dave.
It sounds like you lost someone close to you.
He was a battle buddy. We fought through a lot together. A boy with a silver spoon in his mouth couldn't possibly understand society's dark underbelly. Grr.
Although, honestly, I suppose he's right. I don't have anyone I relate to in that way. Well, it's not as though I long for someone like that, nor am I good at getting close.
The KGA incident.
I heard that you were involved in this case as well.
Yeah.
That's all you have to say?
It was an unpleasant case that I don't wish to recall. I've got a lot of regrets I'll never forget related to that. Regrets I'll take to the grave.
Do you really have that many regrets? On the other hand, thinking back on what I know, I suppose it just might be.
Does showing that off make you feel like a big, strong prosecutor?
Of course not! I was simply proving my title of prosecutor to you.
I see. But most prosecutors don't go around flaunting those things. It's like a detective walking around outside with his badge flashing in the sunlight. Show that off too much, and before you know it, you'll be elbow deep in angry criminals.
That would definitely be a problem. Already investigated this area. Oh, they go together. This pink rubbery substance. I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a popped balloon. I suppose that's possible. The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the windowsill cactus. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. Investigation complete. I believe I now have a very firm grasp on what happens here. Ah, well, I do too. All right, Francisca, would you care to share what conclusions you've come to? Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know? We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead. It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well, but first we need to pay his honor a visit to correct his testimony. December 10th, 5:15 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up.
Do you doubt me? Am I your new suspect?
In a sense, I suppose you could say that. Even you, a judge, are nothing but a common witness before Von Karma.
Silence in the courtroom! Silence, I say! Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Van and the genius prosecutor suggested to that.
You bit your tongue again, didn't you?
As a defender of the law, I can never give false testimony. And you can even place me under oath if you want.
Very well then. Your testimony, if you please. What I saw at recess.
During the recess, I went to the restroom. There is a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw that detective buying something from the vending machines. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. A detective that goes missing while on duty. That sounds mighty suspicious to me.
Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm?
Oh! I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil your fun now. Rebuttal!
During the recess, I went to the restroom.
Hold it!
Your Honor, Why exactly did you pay a visit to the restroom, if I may ask?
Oh! Well, isn't it obvious? What else do you go to the restroom for? Maybe, I knew it! You suspect me of some sort of tomfoolery, don't you?
Please stay calm, Your Honor. It's going to be much harder than I anticipated.
I'm sorry. You're right. I need to think things through with a level head. I'm just nervous because so much has happened today with this trial. Let's see. I announced a recess and a time for us to reconvene. But having done all that, I still wasn't able to go to the restroom right away.
And why couldn't you?
Mr. Faraday had been accused, so I had paperwork to process regarding a new prosecutor. And once I had finished that, I was finally able to make a mad dash to the restroom.
At least he stayed consistent on the going to the restroom part of his testimony.
There was a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway.
Hold it!
Your Honor, did you really go to the men's restroom?
What is the meaning of that statement?
I simply meant that perhaps you went to a restroom on a different floor.
I had to go for such a long time. It was all I could do to dash to the closest one to the courtroom.
I suppose that's only natural given his circumstances.
I ran from the courtroom to this floor's main lobby and down the hallway. Once you enter, you can see there's a window just above the urinals.
And it was through that window that you witnessed the type of gumshoe, Your Honor?
Yes, exactly!
Your Honor, there's no need to yell. I can hear you just fine.
Oh, I guess I put a little too much into that last answer. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. As I entered, I saw that detective buying something from the vending machines.
Hold it!
Are you sure that the person you witnessed was the type of gumshoe, Your Honor?
Yes, I'm absolutely sure. It's hard to miss someone of his stature, even from as far away as the restroom. Besides, I can't think of anyone else with that kind of hairstyle and big beige coat.
Well, I was simply wondering if you were mistaken in what you saw.
What? Preposterous! My eyes are as sharp as can be, ready to see through lies to the truth. Though recently, things do seem to be a bit fuzzier than they used to be.
Clearly, his eyes are not the only things that have gone fuzzy.
But allow me to say with all the honor and dignity of a judge, I am not mistaken in what I saw. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared.
Hold it!
He disappeared? But Your Honor, didn't you just say? I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines?
Oh yes, I did. The restroom window looks over the courtyard and right into the hallway. But just as I was about to exit, I took another look and there was no one in sight. That led me to the only solution to this mystery. The detective must have gone into the crime scene lobby number 2 at that point.
So he looked into the hallway from the restroom and over the courtyard, did he?
A detective that goes missing while on duty? That sounds mighty suspicious to me.
Hold it!
Your Honor, I ask that you please remain calm.
No. I'm perfectly calm.
You're being anything but perfectly calm. It appears that his Honor could not have been mistaken in what he saw. I suppose so, given his line of sight. However, Francisca, why do you suppose our lines of sight are so different? If you're referring to my height, can't you hold that whip still for just a second? Now, about Mr. Honor's testimony. I believe his line of sight to be an important factor. If it's that important, why don't you hurry up and tell him already? I will, but there is one more thing I need to do if I am to correct his Honor's testimony. I'm going to need to retrace Detective Gumshoe's movements.
Objection!
That statement and this piece of evidence contradict one another.
I don't feel a contradiction in the air. Ah! Mr. Edgeworth, I advise you to be a little more cautious with what you say.
It would appear that I was mistaken.
Objection! Objection!
That statement right now contradicts with this piece of evidence.
Really?
Your Honor, by my account, there's absolutely no contradiction here at all.
Really? Well then, I guess we're still alright. Please continue with the testimony. The two of them overruled me?
At this rate, I will lose the truth to the darkness forever. I need to stay calm, think carefully, and find a flaw in his testimony fast.
Objection!
What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? And don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving testimony?
Ha! If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I've never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by. Charles Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life. This is what some people may say is a pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me.
What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who's the culprit? That party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness!
If you must know, the uncouth bench stolier has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor.
Oh, well that's good. But who was it?
You were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench, namely Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints.
Now how you were committing just murder, you had to go and dirty the courthouse too? Guilty!
Your Honor, please calm down. While it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench, we have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder.
What do you mean?
I believe that the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake crumbs and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusions to be true.
Oh, I still don't understand. The whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom?
It is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Francisca herself was unable to see out of that window. No! I knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom.
Then?
It seems that you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window, yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight.
What?
Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time.
Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it!
Is there something of value that you'd like to say?
Yes, actually there is. I've remembered something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time.
Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he? That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right? What I saw, part 2.
I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. Yeah! How is that? That is a testimony of one who judges the crimes of others.
Your Honor! Would you try to state the important facts first next time? I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words.
Eek! I'm sorry, but honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise popper until just now.
Now that he mentions it, right before we restarted the trial, we did talk about that.
Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. And to think of it, the other day with my grandson?
The most critical point in this argument is when did the judge look into the hallway, and whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. Rebuttal.
I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window.
Hold it!
In that case, do you concede that you were overconfident in your last testimony?
Now hold on there. I just said that it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom this time. But you know something? I don't think you know when the prints you referenced were left on the bench, do you? While you have proven that it's possible the detective was sitting, I still have a problem with just when those fingerprints were left.
He's right. I have yet to prove when the fingerprints were left on that bench. While he feigns ignorance, His Honor has seen a lot of life. This judge. I mustn't underestimate him.
However, that doesn't mean the detective was sitting there when I looked.
Hold it!
As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway?
After I called for a recess, I handled the change of prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened? Yes, that sounds about right.
Just as I expected.
What were you expecting? And I demand to know what that all-knowing smile is for.
Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony.
Alright, if you insist. Let's see. I looked into the hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene.
Hold it!
20 minutes before we reconvened. Very well. What did you do after that?
See, I had to make some preparations, so I rushed straight back to the courtroom. I also had to track down a few pieces of paperwork for the various bailiffs.
So you rushed back to the courtroom despite having just heard a gunshot?
Well, at the time, I thought it was just the sound of a noise popper. I really couldn't think of any other explanation than someone having a birthday party. But now that this has happened,
I see. Thinking back, the judge did mention something to that effect when we reconvened.
Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail.
Hold it!
If it's something that forgettable, I don't need to hear it.
But all I did was forget to mention it.
That sort of excuse may work on other people, but not on Avant Karma.
Oh! But it's such an important piece of testimony. Please give me a chance to present it.
I suppose I have no choice in the matter.
As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot.
Hold it!
Your Honor, about what you just said.
I know. I couldn't believe it myself when I heard it. Bang when the gunshot I heard, and then I had a knee-jerk reaction. Like this. Just like this, with a quick
Your Honor, please remain calm when you're trying to explain yourself to me.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Now then, I must gather myself. Yes. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hall. I just know. I looked. There was no one there. This judge's emotion circuits appear to be stuck on overreact.
I believe that we finally found the flaw in His Honor's testimony. Yet sadly, he's completely oblivious to it. I guess I can't really expect him to be aware of it. Well, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and fill him in. At least that thing finally came in handy. Indeed. Now let's see what happens when I present it to His Honor.
Objection!
I cannot allow you to make an objection.
What? Your Honor! I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection.
Egad! I've been overruled?
Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste.
What do you mean by that?
You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible.
Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred von...
Instead of biting your tongue, why don't you bite your... I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francisca. Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back. With your height, you'd need a stepladder or 4 to accomplish that.
Mr. Edgeworth, my ears are not that far gone yet. I'll have you know, I can still hear just fine. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears.
Ha! Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad. And according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again.
What did you just say?
Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction?
That can't be!
Unfortunately, that is the truth.
But I heard it, clear as day! Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot!
The sound of the gunshot. You keep returning to this point of contention. And that piece of evidence, I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, now I understand what that gunshot the judge heard really was. Unfortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot you heard.
Take that!
I found this object in the hallway earlier.
What is that pink substance?
It may not look it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon.
I see! And I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record? Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony. What? Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at that time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct? Yes, that's exactly right. Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough that even you can figure the rest out on your own. Your Honor, you are proof of the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot. What manner of trickery is this? I was a good after you pressed forth, smiled Edgeworth. But if it was me, I'd have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified. Care to elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins? Well, to be honest, I did think that the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot. But who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this? That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse.
I want to trade these coins with you.
That's it. That balloon that girl was holding. It explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy. Oh no. Like giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do. What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to it myself that he's released. Wait. There are still a few things that I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe. But why? I thought we just cleared his name. Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue on my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway. Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom. I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case. September 10th, District Court, courtroom number 3. What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal. I didn't do it. I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe. No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that. No. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that. Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental? Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part. Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime. I guess so. What are you guys talking about? In any case, I would like you to testify as to your actions while you were on guard duty. And please remember, you are not on trial. This is all just a part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony... No! My whip will object loud and clear! If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely. Understood? I gotcha, pal. Thinking back on the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. And if I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case. While I was on duty, I came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal. He's still singing the same tired tune. In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying, and it's time I pulled the information I need out of him. Rebuttal! I came down here to this courthouse on Detective Bad's orders.
Hold it!
No, was it really Detective Bad who called you down here? You bet it was, pal! I was left in charge of the precinct while everyone was out, and this call comes in. I want you down here in 1 minute flat, he said. Well, I thought this was my big chance, my first case, so I made a mad dash down here. Although, I couldn't exactly get here in a minute flat. So how long did it take you? About 10 minutes, I guess. And what was Detective Bad doing when you finally made it? He was waiting for me down on the first floor in the entranceway, pal. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2.
Hold it!
And by he, you mean Detective Bad, of course. And this being my first time at this courthouse, he also walked with me up to the 3rd floor hallway in front of the defendant lobbies. And did you meet anyone along the way? Well, just as we entered the hallway, we ran into Miss Yu. When he heard from Miss Yu that Mr. Faraday was not to be interrupted, that's when Detective Bad told me to stand guard in the hallway, pal.
So far, Detective Gumshoe's testimony is not to go with Detective Bad's.
From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time.
Hold it!
You claim to have been in that hallway the whole time. However, is it not a fact that you did something while you were in that hallway?
Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else?
Very well then. And what exactly does guarding that door entail?
Well, to put it simply... Oh, I know. It was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch.
Oh? Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of?
You got it, pal. I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered not to. Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden?
Because we are all in shock and in awe of your utter stupidity. Stuffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one.
Ouch! But I'm not lying.
I should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close.
And until I heard the gunshot, I didn't take a single step away from the lobby number 2 door.
Hold it!
I'm only going to ask you one more time, Detective Gumshoe. Are you sure you stood in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time?
Yup. After I was told to by Detective Bad, I stood guard in front of that door without a single break. So believe me when I say that I was in that hallway the whole time already, pal. Why did everyone go quiet all of a sudden again?
Apparently, someone has a bit of trouble reading between the lines.
What's that supposed to mean? I don't...
Be quiet!
No!
I should hurry up and bring this insipid testimony to a close.
On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal!
Hold it!
Would you also be willing to swear that there was no one else in that hall besides you?
Whoa! What are you talking about? I just swore to you that I was doing my job, pal!
Oh, then what are you acting so nervous for?
What? I'm not nervous at all, pal! Anyway, not a single person other than myself was in that hall the whole time.
I should just let it go. Pursuing this train of thought at this time would just be a waste of time. To have such a foolishly foolish contradiction, such a foolishly foolish testimony is just plain old foolish. Indeed. However, in the pursuit of the perfect investigation, I'm afraid we have to deal with it, by squashing it under the weight of the evidence.
Objection!
I have an objection.
What? What is it, pal?
Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere.
Hey, it's one of those things. The courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal?
Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recall the sullied hallway bench?
Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that. Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this?
You inconsiderate slovenly pig!
I promise to clean it up later, I swear!
Now then, shall we get down to business? About the fact that you didn't move even a single step from in front of that door? If that really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls?
Ugh!
Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from in front of that door, how did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands?
Ouch!
It appears that Francisco's whip can do more damage than my words alone can.
Alright, I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job. But I didn't want to say anything. Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Okay, I'm sorry for lying. But that's all I'm sorry for, you got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back.
That last statement. It may sound like it makes sense. However, there is something I don't quite believe about it. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us?
Huh? Of course not. I've got nothing else to hide, pal.
Objection!
Oh, if only that was true, Detective Gumshoe.
But it is true, pal. I swear there's nothing else.
Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you are aware of the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct?
Huh? Remind me again, pal?
That vending machine out in the hallway is selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack. And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right? Let me ask then, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that?
Oh, I told you I bought it by myself, pal. There wasn't anyone else in that hallway with me. So there's no one else who could have helped me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. You've got some kind of proof that there was someone else in the hallway, don't you?
Correct.
As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait, you do?
Of course I do.
What? How?
What proof do I have that there must have been someone else in the hallway?
Take that!
What the heck is that? I knew you didn't really have anything. You prosecutors are all the same, always lying to people. You should stop, you know?
Ah! I refuse to be lectured by the likes of you, detective. Miles, how long do you plan on being strung along by this moronic detective? I have no intention of falling for his lie, because there was definitely a second person. Because if he was truly alone all along, that piece of evidence should not exist. What proof do I have that there must have been someone else there in the hallway? Okay, well. Well, I can examine it. I can't believe they're selling Swiss rolls like these in vending machines these days. Yes, and I can't believe it's $6 for two. I mean, who charges that much for a commoner's junk food? And this stuff. If you want one, all you have to do is buy one for yourself. But I'm working right now. It won't do for me to eat while there's a case to be solved. Ugh! Your idea of working is vastly different from mine.
Take that!
Hey, you showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal.
Ah! I think you're under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls.
Wait, if you didn't buy it, that means you must have stolen it, you thief!
What? I would never do such a thing.
Oh, you liars are all the same. You started as thieves. You're under arrest, pal.
I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you, detective? This particular Swiss roll was brought by a certain someone. Oh, there were 2 rolls in this package. You ate one of them, but you then gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you?
No way, pal. You got it all wrong. I ate both of them.
Oh. It would appear that we've caught you at last.
Hey, don't you dare do anything bad to that girl.
It would appear that they do know each other after all. So why do you continue to come up to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow?
I have a name and it's Kay.
Hey, what?
Kay Faraday.
Faraday? Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter?
I'm not a you, I'm Kay.
Ugh. Hey. You know, this little girls don't take other people. Especially not hard enough to leave a big, nasty bruises like the way you do.
Well, then you should not put Gummy under arrest, mister.
Gummy?
My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe.
What a cute nickname you've given him.
Gummy didn't do anything wrong.
Hey.
It appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail.
Roar!
Is the witness stand. I'll make sure that each and every person that ever stands here will be found guilty. There are others besides the defendant that stand at this podium, you know.
I don't care. Just make sure you never end up standing at one of these.
Or you'll be sorry. I'll keep that in mind.
Oh dear. Bye.
What is the matter, Your Honor?
I claim to hand down fair verdicts, but I unfairly cast suspicion on the big fella. If this had been a trial just now, I would have destroyed his life. I am the guilty one. Ugh.
We all make mistakes, Your Honor. The error is human, to forgive divine, as they say. Although, if you were to make a mistake during a trial, then it would be quite unforgivable. It appears that we've caught you red-handed eating a Swiss roll.
Oh, look, I'm sorry about lying to you, pal.
And? Do you have anything else to say?
Doo-doo, it was so fluffy and sweet and big. Oh, it was perfection, pal. It's totally worth every penny of my bonus.
I see. Well, good for you, detective. I can't believe it, but it's almost funny when a fool is just unbelievably foolish. Now then, Kay. He's like a stray cat. I wonder if I should feed her something.
Take that!
Kay, I promise to give this to you if you calm down.
Oh, a Swiss roll.
It really belongs to you, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was saving it for Daddy.
Oh my.
Your father, he's...
Oh, don't you say another word, pal. She doesn't know yet.
Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know about Daddy. I heard the guards talking about how Daddy's He's not here anymore.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him.
Hey,
I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna... Crying.
it's alright. Let it all out. Your father just passed away after all. I myself was also involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me? This child, I feel a certain shared fate, a common bond between us. Charles Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a lady cry? You're right. Sorry about that. Hey, here, how about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes?
Oh, no! My cravat! Don't blow your nose on that!
I feel better now. Thanks.
Hey, are you going to be alright?
Yep, I'm already alright.
Somehow, I highly doubt that. But I'm not going to push it.
I promised Daddy I'd never cry in front of strangers.
And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right?
That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still going to keep all my promises.
You're a very brave girl, Kay. You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry just for you.
Thank you very much, lady.
It's nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all. It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francisca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Hey, what kind of person was your father?
Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world.
So to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals.
Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls.
Oh?
I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard.
I see. And what have you been working hard on?
I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I made to each other.
A promise notebook? May I take a look inside, Kay?
Sure, okay?
It appears to be an exchange diary for between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. Let me look at that notebook. These promises. Promise 1, never take things from strangers. Promise 2, never go anywhere with a stranger. Promise 3, always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Promise 4, never cry in front of strangers. Promise 5, always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. Daddy's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules. Hey, be a good girl and promise that you'll keep your promises to me, okay? Love, your daddy. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father.
I'm gonna try.
Hey, Kay, so I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero, too.
Yeah! You're really cool too, Gummy.
Yeah, aren't I, Kay?
What is with the two of them?
I hand out verdicts of justice, that makes me a hero, too.
Yes, and thanks to your oath of heroic testimony, you almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail.
But I'm really sorry about that.
Gummy is not a bad man, okay?
That poor judge. He's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay.
Yeah, we're friends.
In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? So I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier?
Yep. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi.
And when was this?
Huh? Oh, before everything got crazy?
How long were the two of you together?
We only talked for a little while, and then we went on our own ways.
That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it.
Oh? Which means you have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess, isn't that right?
You got me!
I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister.
Very well then. I'll just have to speak with a good detective in private later. Were you the one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay?
Well, I didn't really have a lot of money. And I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. But that still wasn't enough, and I really, really wanted one.
What do you think of it? She did come and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1. And that's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct?
Yeah! Thanks a bunch for doing that, mister.
Sure. But let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct? Add starts at 1 minute.
Well, that's why...
Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal. Need I remind you that you're the one already under arrest? No! I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question.
Sorry about your roughly thing.
Yes, well, now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus. Don't worry, Kay, I have a spare. So here, you can have this one.
Daddy said, never take things from a stranger.
Ah, it's one of the promises you made in your promise notebook, correct?
Yeah, look, see? It's right here on this page.
Alright then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me next time we meet.
Okay, Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers.
Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Uh-oh. Okay, be right back.
out crystal clear that you were with little K in that hallway. Yes, I told you to stop being mean to Gummy.
Miles Edgeworth, there is still something you have yet to resolve. I beg your pardon? You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us. But that's, well...
Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake.
Hey, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay.
So that's why. So what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation. His reason for lying is very simple. What? Here's what I believe to be his reason. From simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious the detective was lying for the young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. This piece of evidence proves that Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of Kay.
Take that!
This is Faraday and Kay's promise notebook? How does this explain anything? If you could take a look at this page, clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay.
What a foolish fool! What a foolishly foolish fool's full of a foolish reason for a fool!
No!
Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you?
Because I'm your friend, Kay. That's why.
Gummy!
At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now?
Guess there's no beating you up, huh, pal? Okay, I'll spill the goods. I've been standing guard for a while. I was getting really hungry, and that snack machine was taunting me.
All the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls.
Yeah, but then like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up.
I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy. I wanted to buy a Swiss roll, but I only had about $1 in coins.
And we pulled my $5 and her $1 together, and bought a pack of Swiss rolls together.
But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. But then Gummy said,
Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad. But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you bought it with me. But you didn't really get it from me, you know?
he told me it'd be okay. He gave me a whole roll to save and give to Daddy.
Who knew that Scrappy could be so considerate? Indeed. Detective, I take it that you then sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together?
Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right then. The sweet taste of that cake's chocolate? I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal.
Anyway, hey, I believe this also belongs to you.
Oh, that's my balloon I popped.
It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay.
I'm sorry.
Well, I guess you can't blame me for not throwing this one piece away. It was sitting high up in a windowsill where you couldn't see it. But just this once, I forgive you.
But that balloon! I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped his half of the Swiss roll.
Wow, you really got me there, pal.
So I thought maybe I should give Gummy the other roll. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister.
Like, so you kicked me, is that it? You sure are a feisty one.
I'm really sorry, mister.
It's alright. I'm perfectly unharmed. But about this Swiss roll, would it be alright with you if I held on to it until Detective Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go?
Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay?
Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe we have proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murders.
Objection!
Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime. What do you mean? It's quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss Yu. I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people. What? How dare you talk back with such insolence?
You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy.
Oh, and what have we here? What is a child doing here in a courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child away. What? Miss Callisto, you! That girl is Mr. Faraday's... I know. So what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild all around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her to speak nothing of getting underfoot. I suppose you're right. However, as long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now that, Detective, you were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct?
Yeah, but...
You see, isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He is the only person who could have gone into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders. Ah! I have no counter-argument to that. Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest. Ugh, but the investigation is far from over. Oh, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard? Ugh, I suppose it is. Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes out of your negligence. Ooh, Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. This is unforgivable as a disciple of Von Karma. Down, Tigress. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the result of your investigation. So, we're back to square one. Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all of the circumstantial evidence. This investigation is not over yet. There's still one location we have yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Miss V were at the time of the crime. Lobby number 1. To be continued. September 10th, 5:45 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent? It smells like flowers.
Uncle Bad, is this it?
Isn't that Detective Bad and Kay over there? It looks like they managed to escape the bailiff.
No, that's not quite it.
Too bad, but it's so pretty.
I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. But since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it.
Thanks, I'll treasure it always.
Those two seem to get along rather well.
Oh, here. I've got something else for you.
Yay, thank you, Uncle Bad. Earlier, I ate one of these with Gummy.
Gummy? Oh, you mean Gumshoe.
Gummy is... he was trying to be nice to me because I was going to get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy, I know he didn't kill Daddy.
Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying.
I'm not crying.
Hey,
Oh, it's the mister from before and the lady too.
don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being? You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best you do.
Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant. So I'm related to the investigation.
That's so Detective Bad.
Yeah, I guess.
What? You were just scolding us like kids and I messed up the crime scene. And now you let this child run free? Why?
People are free to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene. You also had a few things you wanted to look into. Got a problem with that?
Ah! I don't have a problem with that, but I am curious as to what Miss V was looking into.
Uncle Bad, I'm gonna go look somewhere else now, okay?
Alright, I'm counting on you.
Oh, that's right. Hey, mister.
Yes, what is it?
I know Gummy really isn't a bad guy. I mean it. So please, find the real bad guy, okay?
I won't forgive whoever did this. But in the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there is no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. He wandered off while I was pondering. One of the windows in this lobby is open as well. The air conditioner is working just fine in this room. Why did they open it, I wonder? That expensive painting is ill-suited to be hanging on the wall of this room. I wonder if the guard detail should be placed on it. Why do you say that? Well, the desperate low-paid detective might make off with it someday. You never know. They may be thinking about hiring a guard. But it's obvious she isn't factoring in that guard's salary whatsoever. What an incredibly strong scented herbal tea. I fear that more than being relaxing, this scent may make one a bit heady instead.
You put in a special request for that.
No wonder she's so violent if she's been drinking this stuff the whole time. Neither woman should be allowed to comment on this particular topic, ever. It may not look like much, but I find that ordinary tables like this one are very useful. I think it's time they bought a new one. I wonder if they will replace this table if I hit it enough with my whip. A much too heavy-handed method if I ever saw one. This television is the same model as the one in Defendant Lobby number 2. Looks like the two rooms are basically the same in terms of layout and supplies. Yes. The two rooms are basically the same, huh? This decorative plant's leaves are shinier than the ones in the plant in Lobby number 2. That's probably because it's next to the windows where it's easier to photosynthesize. You may be right. Plus, the curtains are always drawn in lobby number 2. The caretakers of this courthouse don't speak enough about the plants, do they? That's because they're the courthouse's caretakers, not a bunch of botanists. Detective Bad, what exactly was Kay searching for?
Nothing that concerns you, boy.
Oh, and I suppose it has something to do with Kay?
It does, because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. I don't have time to waste.
It sounds like you'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again.
I don't have anything to say to you.
Be that as it may, we still have questions that we need answers to. Now then, first of all, what is the overpowering smell that is permeating this room? Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate.
It's that ultra-strong perfume you wear. You spilled some of it. I was having a bad time of it myself. I didn't think twice and opened the window. That smell's still here.
Perfume, huh? So the sweet scent in the air is perfume. Well, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap no-name brand.
She said it's a famous brand from overseas.
It's a knockoff. It's definitely a knockoff.
No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl. You can have it.
I was born for a much more expensive and refined perfume. However, seeing as how you just happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Miles Edgeworth, you will hold on to this bottle without fail.
Ugh.
Can't she ever be honest with her once? And now we have the perfume Miss Yu wears. It's fantastic.
Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'm going back to investigating.
Let me look at that perfume bottle. Oh, I can't look at it. Actually, I still have a few other things I wish to inquire about. So you were in this room the entire recess?
Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big rug down here. But other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here.
At least your story is consistent. Earlier, you stated that you were in this lobby with Miss Yu.
Yeah, I ran into her in the hallway. She said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here.
Then what you're saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in 2 different locations?
Yes, I am.
Interesting. Speaking of that lawyer, he seems to have a great dislike for you. Let's see, Miss Yu is the sister of the victim of the KG-8 incident. And as I recall, Detective Bad was the lead detective on the case. I wonder if the reason for disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece, but because you were the lead detective in the case.
You knew?
I also know that today's trial involving the Kodofian embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG-8 incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me, and told me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Mr. Faraday, and the KG-8 incident.
If you already know that much, I guess it'd be alright to tell you.
Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG-8 incident.
It's not exactly a happy story. Other than the people who were directly involved, you two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell. The honest truth behind the KG-8 incident. Faraday, you and I. As you already know, we 3 were involved with the KG-8 incident. Faraday and I, we were originally on the trail of a smuggling ring.
You mean the smuggling case involving one of the Amano Group secretaries?
That trial was just a front.
A facade?
Yeah, but the case became tainted. All because the witness who was going to testify about the Amano Group's ties to the smuggling ring, CPU, was killed.
Then what became of the secretary who was arrested?
His name was Colin Deveray. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring. But he confessed to knowing about it anyway. Deveray was probably being intimidated by the big boss man. Just another scapegoat.
The boss man of the Amano Group? I seriously mean Mr. Ernest Amano. Can't be right. Probably just Detective Bad's personal hypothesis. What is he trying to do suspecting Mr. Amano of being involved with smuggling? I suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure an acquittal after he confessed. The man who killed CCU, Minnie Koten, is a completely different person. But since he's already been acquitted once of her murder, Mr. Faraday, how could you have let him go? If I remember correctly, I heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him.
That wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, Cece, I was supposed to protect them both.
Miss Yu did mention that as well, about how Detective Bad was supposed to guard her sister.
But even I, who was supposed to protect them, I fell into their trap.
What kind of a trap?
The holes in this jacket are a testament to that trap.
You mean you were fired upon? You were shot at that many times in one gunfight?
No, only about half of these are from that case. But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of the lessons I learned in the KGA incident.
I see.
I couldn't protect CCU, and the suspect was found not guilty. He had hit a brick wall, as far as the law was concerned. And that's when she came to the courtroom, the victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu.
About when you first met Miss Yu. It was on the day the verdict of the KG8 incident was handed down, was it not?
Yes, Faraday and I, we apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It was all we could do. But just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. And then she gave me a hard slap across the face.
Well, you certainly had a lot of self-control to stop at just a slap. If it was me, not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough.
I suppose not. You said it yourself. But she never wanted to see either of us ever again.
But after that, you've seen her many times over, correct?
Yeah. Faraday and I, even after the KGA incident had come to a close, we continued to hunt down the smuggling ring and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was no use. We cracked so many different cases, but the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring.
Is the ring really that big?
It was in the pursuit of the ring that we met you once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor, and I, as the lead detective, took to the witness stand. She appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney. Her claim was related to the smuggling ring.
And she was defending them?
Yeah, you was pursuing the ring as best she could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rel this time for the same reason.
Come to think of it, Miss Yu did say something to the same effect. I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KGA incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer? Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Rel was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him. Ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. It doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable.
You're so naive, little girl. I could have stolen this lollipop from you, that's how naive you are.
How dare you insult the daughter of Von Karma?
Just like us, you felt that she had hit the limits of what the law could do. That's all.
The law is merely a tool. There is no limit to it, only the skill of the craftsman.
You two are still too young, but one day you'll know what I mean. But enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met you again in pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all.
So what was your relationship to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kate fairly well.
I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor. Known him ever since. And Kay, I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and I, we cracked quite a few cases together.
But you two seem to have made no progress at all in the Yatakarasu case. Did we touch a nerve?
I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatakarasu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial. To prove that Rel was not the real Yatakarasu. Which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time, to prove or disprove the accusation, but I guess I won't be doing that either.
I sense that there's more to that statement than meets the eye. Perhaps a bit more digging into the Yatakarasu is what's necessary. You claim to know much about the Takarasu. Would you care to share what you know with me?
What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murderous intent towards Faraday and Rel.
I agree, which is exactly why I'm asking you about the Takarasu.
What?
The KG8 incident and the second KG8 incident, both of these cases are tied to the smuggling ring. And in both of these cases, the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there is one point in which they differ, and that is the presence or absence of the great thief Yatakarasu. Mr. Rel claimed to be the Yatakarasu, however, in the middle of the trial, he suddenly declared Mr. Faraday to be the real Yatakarasu. Then during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd? Giles Edgeworth, stop beating around the bush and just spit it out already. I believe that there must be some reason that the two men suspected of being the Yatakarasu were both killed at the same time.
A reason, huh?
And so, in order to catch Mr. Faraday's and Mr. Rel's cold-blooded killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the Yatakarasu.
If it will help you solve this case, then I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason why we've never caught the Yatakarasu.
What was that sudden outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident.
No!
I still accidentally whipped me anyway.
There are three main reasons why the Yatakarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatakarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatakarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yatakarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever.
You see, for those of the Yatakarazu's special traits, sounds like an incredibly elusive thief.
The Yatakarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrows commit murder. That's how I knew that Rel wasn't the real Yatakarasu right away.
But you can't use that set of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't.
Listen, little girl, I'm not done talking yet.
Yes!
What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police, and the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodopian embassy, the Yatakarasu.
The Yatakarasu sent the evidence?
Until now, the Yatakarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media, but not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about.
In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the Yatakarasu who sent it?
That's easy. A special card that only the Yatakarasu uses was attached. That's how I can be so sure.
And just what sort of card is it?
Here, take a look at this article. Whenever the Yatakarasu wants to publicize something, a white card is sent along with the stolen information. But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was.
Ah, and that's how Detective Bad knew that Mr. Rel was a phony. Thank you very much. I have a much better understanding of the Takarasu now.
Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you could please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir.
Understood. I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you?
Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive.
I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself, and to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty. September 10th, District Court, Courtroom number 3.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth.
It appears that His Honor is still a bit dispirited.
For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand. I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony.
Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict. Franziska, there is no need to further depress His Honor. But I'm not trying to, Miles. Your Honor. Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me. Your Honor, the evidence.
Your Honor! Oh! You! Yes, can I help you?
I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir. Your Honor, do you think you can stay focused long enough to at least do your job?
Yes, I'm sorry. And I would, except that the defense attorney has yet to arrive.
He's busy with the investigation. So let's keep this brief, shall we?
Very well. In that case, please confirm that all the pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation into their case.
Understood, Your Honor. The pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of those two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding their case. And maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth.
I placed all the evidence over at the prosecutor's bench for you.
I see. Thank you very much. I will go and confirm that they are all accounted for. This. Evidence that Miss Yu prepared is just sitting here on this table. You know you can't just walk off with it, right? Of course I do. Miss Yu must have been caught off guard by her client's sudden accusation. I wonder how she would have defended Mr. Rel in that case if he was still alive. So this is the evidence related to today's Kodopian empathy trial from Mr. Faraday's bag. You mean the evidence bag that was on the table in lobby number 2, right? Yes. Finally, we can now take a look at the evidence itself, and not just data about them. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time. Agreed. I want to take a good look at all of the evidence of the empathy murder too. Why is that? Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about. Ah! Don't put your crap at me just because you don't know something. And don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today. I see someone is still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma. It's also real to see the knife up close. So we have the knife, the gun, an envelope. And what's this organizer doing here?
Oh, that's right! I completely forgot to tell you.
About what, Your Honor?
They found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside that evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested it be passed along to you. He said it would help the investigation.
Detective Bad said that? What a strange stroke of luck. We'll never look a good gift horse in the mouth. You might as well flip through it too. I won't rest until I'm oh, whoops. Already said that before. This gun was originally used to kill the Kodopian embassy staff member. When the crime was reported, the responding police found Mr. Rel still holding it, which led to his immediate arrest. And then, this gun took the original shooter's life. How ironic. Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything else we can learn from this piece of evidence. It's a knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act? And it's never crossed your mind that you used your writing crop for the wrong purpose? Mr. Faraday's organizer. It appears he was in the habit of using it. It looks like he wrote his strategy for getting Mr. Rel convicted down in here. I've collected the evidence I need to prove that Rel was the killer. Between the handgun Rel had on him when he was arrested and the surveillance tape, I should be able to prove that he was the one. It appears there is no surveillance tape, though. It's missing! It appears that Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Rel was the killer in the case. The sound of his handgun going off was recorded with superb clarity on the surveillance video. I also have evidence that I can use to prove that Rel is not the real Yatagarasu. It also appears that he had proof that Mr. Rel was not the Yatagarasu. No matter how he may try to play it, as long as I have the Yatagarasu's key, I can prove he's a phony. If I present it to him in court, it should clear everything up. And he apparently also had a very definitive piece of evidence. It's been a long battle. I hope that this will finally bring it to an end. Yes, I believe that Mr. Verde was well prepared to discredit any claim Mr. Rel may have had about being the real Yatagarasu. And he had a way to prove that Mr. Rel was the guilty party in embassy murder. This organizer is a clue straight from Mr. Faraday. I'll have to take my time and give it a thorough read later. Look, there's a picture stuck between these pages here. It appears to be the key, and a rather ornate one at that. Look at the design on the handle. The craftsmanship is superb. But this is the Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer? The Yatagarasu's key? Detective Bad said something earlier.
What's different about this time? Was it evidence related to the smuggling ring? It was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who infiltrated the Kodopian embassy. The Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu to the evidence?
Until now, the Yatagarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings to the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about.
Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep the secret key safe. As a prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected. That's odd. What is it? Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer. That certainly is odd. The weapon that was used to kill the Kodopian embassy staff member was the gun.
But if that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from?
Isn't it obvious? It was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rel. That's the only logical conclusion, right?
No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside.
In that case, how do you suppose this knife ended up inside the courthouse?
I need to think carefully here. There is nothing related to the knife worn anywhere on Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, it is the fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there is one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one has come to have seen today. So in order to solve this mystery, I believe I will need to take another good look at the evidence.
Charles Edgeworth, is it the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer for me?
Actually, I do know the answer, Francisca.
What? Then what is it?
One of the pieces of evidence you've been holding has been hiding a secret of its own. And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse.
Take that!
This is Takarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentions in his organizer. This is how the knife was brought into the courthouse.
You're not making any sense, Miles Edgeworth.
You just need to look a bit closer, Francisca, to see what I mean. Don't the color and ornamentation of his handle remind you of anything? They do remind me of the knife. Very good. But both the Takarasu's key in this photo and the murderous knife have this very unique design on their handles. Furthermore, even though Mr. Faraday mentioned the Takarasu's key, the only object we found at the crime scene was the knife.
What else do you mean to say?
It appears that you've finally caught up. And yes, I do mean to say that these two pieces are in fact one and the same.
But that's impossible!
Even if that is what you believe, we should still investigate this possibility. Ugh. Now then, let us examine this knife in a little more detail.
I can't believe it turned into a key! I think there was no such trick to this thing.
The weapon used to kill Mr. Faraday is actually the key that Takarasu stole. This piece of information is more critical than anything we've learned up until now. Frankly, I'm shocked. Mr. Faraday only mentioned the key aspect of this piece of evidence in his organizer. It's possible that even he had no idea the key was holding a knife blade inside.
But if that's true, then only someone who knew about the key to knife trick could have killed Mr. Faraday.
Even among law enforcement, this key was top secret. We're looking for someone who knew even more about the key than even Mr. Faraday. Meaning that the only person it could be is the one who sent the key in the first place. The great thief Takarasu.
Then maybe Mr. Rel really was the Takarasu, and he was the one who killed Mr. Faraday.
Isn't that one possible scenario? No, not really. Especially since Mr. Faraday was absolutely convinced that Mr. Rel was not the Takarasu. Besides, as Detective Dad said earlier, but when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was.
I see. Alright then, I guess the person who knows the trick behind this key is someone else, and that person is the real Takarasu.
It seems that this key is truly the key to solving this case. I took a quick look through these documents before the trial started. Well, I wasn't even afforded the opportunity to skim it. I suppose I should explain it to you then.
Yes, you should. Perfectly,
And in its entirety, if you please. On the night of September 8th, an embassy staff member was killed in front of the embassy. The staff member died of shock due to being shot in the heart. Mac Rel was brought in that night as a suspect and thoroughly questioned, because the murder weapon was found on him, for which he was arrested on the spot.
a simpleton little man, that's what he was.
Perhaps he was, but the weapon wasn't the only incriminating evidence we had. Mr. Rel was caught in the act on film by a security camera.
He was an even bigger simpleton than I thought. I can't believe he didn't notice the security camera.
The Kodokian Embassy security system is supposedly very well designed. He may have simply not been aware that there was a camera in the area.
So, have you seen the context of the video for yourself?
Yes, the surveillance video the security camera took was played during the trial by Mr. Faraday. You can clearly identify Mr. Rel on it. Even the sound of the gunshot was crystal clear.
The footage included sound, huh? I don't think I'd ever want to see the moment of someone's death in real life.
Me neither. That's odd. We're short one piece of evidence.
And the piece that's missing is the surveillance video that was played in court. The surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? The video is showing the moment in which Mr. Rowe committed the murder. Where could it have gone, indeed?
Are you done with your inspection of the evidence?
Yes, I'm finished. However, Your Honor, I am missing a single piece of prosecutorial evidence. Your Honor, would you derelict in your duties?
What? No, I dare not lick my duties. What do you take me for?
No, Your Honor. The most important piece of evidence in today's trial, the surveillance video, is not amongst the evidence you laid out for me.
But I brought Mr. Faraday's whole bag with me from the crime scene. Maybe the tape is still somewhere at the crime scene?
There's something wrong here. Something about this missing piece of evidence. It would appear that for me to find the answers I seek, I will have to pay another visit to the scene of the crime. Defendant lobby number 2. That's Detective Bad. But who is he with? I've never seen that officer before.
So did you find it? No, not yet. And I've looked everywhere. I see. Well then, please continue with the search. Understood. I'll continue the search. So you're the one running the show. Prosecutors like you shouldn't even be allowed at crime scenes.
How dare you? Just who do you think you are? What was that all about? And who was that man just now? Whoever he was, I've never seen a more impudent officer in my life. Does he even know that we're standing right here behind him?
I know you're standing right behind me. What do you want, kids?
It looks like you were paying attention after all.
Of course I was. I have eyes in the back of my head.
Ah, so that mirror isn't for vanity's sake. It's for him to keep an eye out on who or what is behind him at all times. So tell me, Detective Bad, who was that rude man just now?
The guy came here from the Republic of Jinfa to study. He's Agent Long. He's trying everything he can to revive the lost honor of his family. He's traveling the world to study different philosophies of detainment from scratch.
By visiting various police departments around the world? That's a lot of dedication.
He's still just a rookie cop, but I sense a strong grudge of some sort from him. The guy's more useful than Gumshoe, even if he is rude.
Well, he sure has a lot of guts to come to this country and give prosecutors a hard time. I agree. However, I can think of one young lady that statement also applies to. Anyway, what was that agent looking for, Detective Bad? Elliot, that little girl is poking around in lobby number 1 as well.
Like I said before, it's got nothing to do with the two of you.
I highly doubt that it has nothing to do with me. Fine, if this is the game I must play, then I will take this opportunity to draw out what he's been hiding and what happened in this room straight from him. I suppose it's impossible to enter or exit through these windows thanks to these bars. I suppose you're right. Actually, that's not true. I bet a person of small stature could slip in. Francisco, would you care to help me test my theory? Oh! Rats, I must remember to be more tactful around the vertically challenged. Earlier, you were in lobby number 1, and now you're here in lobby number 2. You're quite the busy man, Detective Bad.
Multiple returns to a crime scene brings about success. That's what we detectives say.
I see. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I asked about what happened again, correct?
I don't have anything left to say to you, boy.
Boy! You'll see. I will draw my answer from you one way or another. Did it kill you to help us even a tiny bit in our investigation?
I gave Faraday's notebook to the judge earlier. That's help enough, don't you think?
Please, we were asking you for just a bit more of your cooperation.
Don't push me, kid.
I'd like to ask once again about what happened around here at the time of the crime.
I refuse to answer. Any more investigating you do would be a waste of time. Besides, how am I supposed to answer questions about things I don't know about?
Things you don't know about? But aren't you supposed to know everything? You should. Wait, is it possible? Maybe he doesn't know about the trick behind that piece of evidence. I should try showing it to him. It may prove to be the key to getting the answer from Detective Bad.
you know of the existence of the item in this photograph? Of course I did. It's my job to know everything related to the Takarasu case.
In that case, let me ask you something. Did you know that the knife that killed Mr. Faraday and the Takarasu's key are one and the same?
What? It's impossible.
It looks like you didn't know after all. This piece of evidence, which we call the Takarasu's key, is actually a well-camouflaged knife. Mr. Faraday was planning to use this Takarasu's key to prove that Mr. Rowe was not the real Takarasu. Isn't that correct?
I guess so.
However, Mr. Faraday had no idea that it was in fact a knife.
Yeah, I have to admit neither one of us knew that fact. And if neither of us knew, then no one in law enforcement knew either. How did we miss something as big as this?
I noticed that since a little while ago, you appear to be searching for something. I presume that this key is what you were searching for?
Yeah, that's right.
And why were you searching for it?
Because I promised Faraday. I promised that I'd protect that key with my life. But after he was killed, the key disappeared from Faraday's evidence badge. Who would have thought that the key is what took Faraday's life?
Detective Bad, so that we may find the truth, please testify for me once more.
Alright, but it doesn't matter how many times I tell you about what happened. Nothing will change.
Detective Bad, I ask that you please testify once more about what happened in lobby number 2 and what you experienced in lobby number 1.
My answer is still the same. And this is the last time I'm going to do this.
That's fine, because I only need this one last time to clear everything up and find the truth behind this case. Detective Bad's movements.
I was in lobby number 1, talking with you. We were talking about some trivial things. I heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to reconvene. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together. I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and then we ran into lobby number 2.
It sounds like the exact same story he told us before. Indeed. However, I feel that we have yet to draw out all the information that we can. Rebuttal.
I was in lobby number 1, talking with you.
Hold it!
Why did Miss Yu choose lobby number 1? Answer me!
Who knows? She just said that she had something she wanted to talk to me about. And we walked into lobby number 1 together. That's all.
So his answer remains the same as before, I see.
We were talking about some trivial things.
Hold it!
I was hoping you could expand on what exactly you were discussing with Miss Yu.
Trivial stuff. It was nothing important.
That's for me to decide. Alright, I suppose that's for him to decide. Moving on then.
I heard the gunshots right before the trial was about to reconvene.
Hold it!
Until you heard the gunshot, did you notice anything else that was out of the ordinary?
I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot.
If the gunshot Detective Bad heard was really the one for the murder, that would give that other piece of evidence an entirely different meaning. I ask that you please amend your testimony with that statement just now.
Sure. I didn't hear any other strange sounds until that gunshot.
Hold it!
Detective Bad, you honestly don't remember hearing anything else?
Yeah?
Is it possible you were so involved in your conversation that you missed something?
I've been a detective for a long time, and even when we weren't involved in something, I've got quite the habit of keeping tabs on everything that goes on around me. If there had been some other strange sounds, you can be sure I would have heard it.
I suppose with this detective, that's probably very likely.
The gunshots. When we heard it, you and I immediately dashed out into the hallway together.
Hold it!
And why did the two of you dash out into the hallway straight away?
Because we clearly heard the sound of a gunshot. And we knew it came from somewhere nearby.
And how did you know that it was a gunshot?
In my line of work, we hear enough of them to know.
I suppose it's only natural for a detective to know what a real gunshot sounds like.
But given the circumstances, the only person I could think of whose life would have been in danger was Faraday. That's why I ran out into the hallway right away and headed for where he was. I saw Gumshoe goofing around there, and then we all ran into lobby number 2.
Hold it!
Detective Gumshoe was there in the hallway?
Yeah.
How did you attest to that earlier?
When I saw Gumshoe, it was after I had heard the gunshot. Having seen him then didn't change the fact that he still could have done the deed.
Ah! Is sounds exactly like what Detective... Oh, it sounds exactly like what Detective Dad told us before. However, is there something in particular we should be asking the detective about? It just might be. No one knew that the knife is actually Yatakarasu's key. Reflecting on that, perhaps there are other things that we know now, but Detective Dad didn't yet. Yes, that should be my angle of attack.
Objection!
Detective Bad, does this balloon fragment remind you of anything?
It's the same color as the one Kate was holding.
Oh, so you knew about the girl's balloon?
Yeah, I was sitting with her up in the gallery. During the recess, just before we split up, I filled that balloon up for her.
Well, as you may have already surmised, this piece did indeed come from Kate's balloon.
So, what about the balloon?
I wonder if you might remember hearing this balloon pop at some point?
What are you getting at?
This fragment was found in the hallway right in front of lobby number 2. Furthermore, it was the sound of this balloon popping that the judge mistook as a gunshot.
Oh? So the sound that the judge heard was not actually a gunshot, huh?
On top of that, His Honor said that he heard the balloon pop about 20 minutes before the trial was to reconvene. Yes, which means that His Honor heard the balloon pop in the hallway when you were in lobby number 1, Detective Bad. And if you were in lobby number 1 at that time, you were close enough that you should have heard the balloon popping as well.
So?
Don't give me a so! You just proved that there is a flaw in your testimony.
The crackling of the truth is louder than the sound of your sweet naivete cracking. And since you kids don't seem to know, let me fill you in on something. Did you ever stop to think why the doors and walls of this place seem so rugged? That's because they were designed to keep secrets from being leaked.
What is that supposed to mean?
The doors and walls are super thick. The window panes are double layered. To top it all off, even the curtains are made of a special sound-absorbing material.
And you mean...
Since I was shut up inside lobby number 1, there was no way I could have heard that sound.
No! I knew that's what he was going to say. And that means that Stuffface's testimony is completely useless. If the rooms are soundproof, then of course he wouldn't hear any sound of a struggle.
No! That's also why it's only natural that I didn't hear the balloon popping. Now do you get it, kids?
Well, I thought we were supposed to be the ones finding flaws in his logic. Not the other way around.
The other way around?
It's not possible to hear the sound of a balloon popping when we're in lobby number 1. However, if we examine the situation in reverse, a person standing in the hallway should not be able to hear the real gunshot either. And yet, Detective Gumshoe claims to have heard it while he was standing in the hallway. Detective Bad. If that is the case, how exactly did you hear the gunshot?
What do you mean, how? I just did.
It would appear that you have yet to realize the contradiction in your own words.
Oh? How so?
If the rooms are as soundproof as you say they are, then how did the sound of the gunshot enter your ears?
I see what you mean. I guess I'm more out of it with Faraday's murder than I had thought.
Which means what exactly, Miles? In the end, what does it all boil down to? It boils down to this. There must be a reason as to how Detectives Bad and Gumshoe heard a gunshot they theoretically couldn't have. It looks like we need to examine the state of the crime scene again, huh? State of the crime scene? Wait, can it be?
It's that ultra-strong perfume you wear. He spilled some of it. Ah! And way too noisy.
A surveillance video? How could a piece of evidence just disappear? Where did it go? I figured it out. I knew that you was the murderer. Because she was the only other person who it could have been. So, I guess she was using the detective as an alibi. That's why she asked to talk to him, and then they were only talking about trivial things. Like, if you have something to talk to this person about, it might be important, but apparently it wasn't. And of course, the scent of her perfume was in the air. Oh, they don't go together? Isn't the tape in the television VCR? It's simply not possible for the killer to have escaped through barred windows. And yet, the fragrance of the perfume managed to escape from defendant lobby number 1. Of course, incorporeal things can move freely through these open barred windows. Oh, okay. Open windows. Now then, what else besides the smell can go both in and out of an open barred window? The answer is sound. So no matter how careful the killer was, if the windows were open, the jig would be up. And since the windows in both defendant lobby number 1 and the hallway were open, that explains how the sound of a gunshot could be heard in both locations. The missing piece of evidence is a video that shows the moment in which Mr. Rel killed the embassy staff member. The sound of the gunshot left quite an impression on me when it was played during the trial. The video should have been returned to Mr. Faraday's evidence bag for the recess, and brought back here. If it disappeared after that time, then it's possible that the tape is still here in this room. Eureka! The evidence that the missing evidence created for me is the gunshot sound that no one should have been able to hear in the first place. Miles, what have you been thinking about? Stop wasting time thinking, and let's start looking again. It's not a waste of time to think, for I've figured out where we should look. And where would that be? I believe we should examine the television.
The TV? Well, you kids have fun. Go ahead and examine whatever you like.
It's a video player, and there seems to be a videotape inside. It looks like it. The tape must have stopped on its own when it reached the end. This tape. Would it not be the missing surveillance tape? I suppose, but this is bad. Would it be alright with you if I verified the contents of this video?
Sure, knock yourself out.
Alright, let's rewind this and see what we have.
If I remember correctly, the footage of Rel killing the embassy staff member should be at about the 30-minute mark from the start of the tape.
Understood. This should be about right. Now then, let's see. This is the footage of Mr. Rel shooting the embassy staff member. Knew it. Missing piece of evidence. The surveillance video was here all along.
It sounds. What's the meaning of this?
It appears that Detective Bad has figured out the true source of the gunshot he heard. With this, I think we can figure out the trick behind this double murder. You mean that you figured it all out, then? Yes. All I have to do now is show what the gunshot Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from. Fine. In that case, show me what you've deduced. Now to show what the gunshot Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. This is what the spilled perfume in lobby number 1. If the windows were open, that piece of evidence is found would also dissipate out. Now to show what the gunshot Detective Bad and Gumshoe heard was, and through where they heard it from.
Eureka!
If the door and windows to the crime scene, namely this room that we're in, were closed, the killer could have used the gun and no one would have been the wiser. That's true. This courthouse does seem to be well designed for such a thing, as it were. However, what happened in reality was, Detective Gumshoe, Detective Bad, and Miss Yu, all three of them heard the gunshots, while the windows in lobby number 1, number 2, and the hallway were open. So naturally, the people in those locations could hear it. Ah, but then, why would the criminal open the window in the first place? So why the gunshots be heard, I suppose. Correct. That is the only logical conclusion we can draw from this. But why was that necessary in the first place? I want a real answer, Miles. I demand satisfaction. Very well. I believe that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of a certain fact. What was it that the killer wanted to manipulate our perception of? The killer wanted to fabricate the time of death to their precise wishes, and they used the gunshot in the surveillance video to do so. So that's why the tape was left running.
You mean the gunshot I heard was from this video?
Yes, which means that the murders really occurred at an earlier time than we thought. It must have been during the recess, but before Detective Gumshoe was on guard duty. Someone who has no alibi for that time period, and planned his crime out in advance. That person is the real killer. Investigation complete.
Miss Edgeworth.
Yes, what is it?
Miss Yu is asking for you. She's in the courtroom. She says that she's identified the murderer, but that she wants to clarify something. It looks like Miss Yu is still investigating something.
That starts in 1 minute.
Understood. Please tell her that I will be right over.
I'll come along. I want to hear what she has to say.
It would appear that the time has come. Uncover the truth.
To be continued. September 10th, 6:15 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Hey, what are you doing here?
Oh, hello, mister. I'm still investigating.
But the object you're looking for has already...
Okay? Don't mind him. Please continue with your investigation.
Okay, you got it.
It's like that. Haven't we already found what you were looking for? Okay, be right back.
I can keep her in the dark just a little longer, any little task will do.
Oh, you're more sympathetic than I thought. I've been waiting for you, Edgeworth.
I've also been waiting for the moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest.
The moment in which we can finally lay this case to rest? Isn't that when we placed Detective Gumshoe under arrest? I think we've more than solved this case already. Don't you? We'll see. It all depends on whether or not your logic holds. Oh, I see we even have a viewer in the gallery. And why even Mr. Bad is here. A viewer in the gallery? I'm hardly just a bystander.
I have a duty to see this case through to the end. No matter how it turns out.
Oh, is that right? Anyway, I thought you might like to hear what I've slaved away to find out. I've taken statements on every single person's movements during the time when our suspect was in the hallway. I also confirmed that there is no possible route of escape from lobby number 2. Therefore, the killer must without a doubt be Detective Gumshoe.
And that's all you have?
Yeah, that's all there is to my conclusion in this case.
Sorry, but I beg to differ.
In a trial, there was always time for a rebuttal, and we are standing in a court of law. It'd be more than appropriate to follow the rules of court in this case, don't you think? How absolutely like a rookie to think such a thing. But alright, I'll play along and give you a proper testimony. If my logic is correct, then I've already won. All we have to do now is to prove it by showing who the real killer is. Missy's argument. Everyone sounds the suspect has an alibi for when the gun went off. Furthermore, the areas around the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right? I also confirmed that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2, which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion, that Detective Gumshoe is the killer. Now that you have your testimony, I expect a good rebuttal, Edgeworth. But of course, there is no need to confront her logic head-on right now. I should instead focus on drawing out any trump card she has up her sleeve. Rebuttal. Everyone sounds the suspect has an alibi from when the gun went off.
Hold it!
The suspect? But I thought that Detective Gumshoe's alibi has already been proven. Are you joking, Edgeworth? I assure you this is no joke. Look, I know you heard from the judge earlier that the detective was in the hallway with Mr. Faraday's daughter eating a Swiss roll. Yes, that is correct. But see, that was 20 minutes before the real gunshot went off, right? And the problem is there is no one else who can corroborate what he did since the snacking. I see she's done her research well, which means that I should focus on drawing out whatever trump card she's holding. Furthermore, the areas where the crime scene have all been thoroughly investigated, right?
Hold it!
Whether they have been thoroughly investigated or not is for me to decide. The scrunched eyebrows and lines in your forehead are back. Anyway, even if you believe it hasn't been exhaustive, the crime scene, lobby number 2, has no way out other than the hallway Detective Gumshoe was standing in. And because he claimed to be there, that makes him the only possible suspect. But isn't it also possible that someone escaped through a window and into the garden? That's the first place everyone looks silly. The police aren't a bunch of lazy bums.
I beg to differ.
They looked into every possibility, you know. Isn't that right, Mr. Bad?
Yeah. There wasn't a scrap of evidence to suggest someone used one of the windows. There also weren't any footprints or anything in the courtyard garden.
I suppose they really did check everything that could be relevant to the case. I also confirmed that there is no possible escape route from lobby number 2.
Hold it!
Are you absolutely positive that there are no possible routes of escape? Of course I'm sure. And why are you so certain? This is a courthouse, the place where criminals are brought to be judged. If there was an escape route, I'm sure every criminal would be using it to escape. It's just common sense. Miles Edgeworth, I suggest you use a bit more of it in the future. Ah! Which leaves us with one unshakable conclusion, that Detective Gumshoe is the killer.
Hold it!
You may think it's unshakable, but to me there are still too many unanswered questions. For example, who was it that placed the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand? Well, you're the only one still wondering that. Detective Gumshoe probably had no idea which hand Mr. Faraday used to write with. Even if you know someone, it doesn't mean you'll know which hand they write with, right? I mean, I certainly don't care about that sort of thing. I'm not about to let her get a rise out of me with such a flippant statement. I suppose we've really reached the end now. I already have my trump card ready. All that remains is to play it. But before I do, I think I should inquire into a little something about our argument. You said earlier that you confirmed the alibis of every person other than the suspect. However, I don't recall either Francisca or myself speaking with you about the subject. Ah, but there were witnesses. For you, there is your mentor who gives you an alibi. I see. As for the little Missy, she came to the courthouse during the recess. And was stopped by a security guard at the door to the hallway. He gave him quite a whipping for that, or so I heard. I'm the daughter of Manfred von Karma, and I will not be forcibly stopped by a guard or a bailiff or anyone else. Wait, so basically the only reason Francisca bothered to show up today was because she found out that I was to be the replacement prosecutor? By the way, Miss Hugh, what about everyone's alibis before Detective Gumshoe was assigned to guard duty? What about them? Have you looked into what people were doing during that span of time? What kind of idiot do you take me for? It doesn't matter when the killer went into lobby number 2. From the time we heard the gunshot, the time Mr. Bad and I arrived in the scene as we dashed from lobby number 1, the only person who could have committed the crime was Detective Gumshoe. Yes, let's talk about when you and Detective Bad heard that gunshot, shall we? I suppose that if we go by your logic, then Detective Gumshoe is the only one. However, what if the crime had occurred at an entirely different time than when that gunshot you heard went off? What then? That gunshot was a trapness to manipulate our perception of when the crime took place.
Objection!
Sadly, your explanation is very lacking, Edgeworth. The gunshot we heard in lobby number 1 just explains how that could have been fabricated.
Take that!
That tape? Yes, it's exactly what you think it is. This is the surveillance tape of Mr. Rell the prosecution presented in today's trial. This was found loaded in the video player in lobby number 2. It was connected to the large television that had its volume turned all the way up. You can honestly mean that the sound we heard was the gunshot in the video. Ah, but I do. Which leads me to my next point. The murders occurred much earlier than when anyone heard the gunshot.
That's the only thing I can think of, too.
After committing double homicide, the killer took the surveillance video out from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag, turned the television volume all the way up, and left the video to play. If played from the beginning, it would take 30 minutes for the gunshot sound to come on. And since we now know that this method of time manipulation is possible, it opens up the possibility that the killer is someone other than Detective Gumshoe.
Objection!
Sound from the television doesn't amount to much here, but of course Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth and little Miss Von Karma already knew that much from the very beginning, right? Of course we knew! Didn't we, Miles? Yes, of course. We know about the soundproof quality of this courthouse's room. Of course, I'm not about to admit we had no idea until only a little while ago. That's right, and if the rooms are soundproof, then we should not have been able to hear it. And yet, we heard the gunshot clear as day. And? That's it, end of story. But it's not. How should I explain why she was able to hear a gunshot from the soundproof room? There is actually one common point between lobby number 1 and lobby number 2. It is that despite the fact that both rooms have air conditioners installed, a window was open in each. Now, we know that the window in lobby number 2 was opened by the killer. However, a window in lobby number 1 was also open.
Objection!
It's probably just coincidence that they were both open at the time.
Objection!
It was no mere coincidence, I assure you. How was the window opened in lobby number 1? The answer is that a certain person did something to cause the window to be opened. And the person who triggered that action, that person's the real guilty party. The real killer in this double murder is...
Take that!
Miss Callisto Yu, I hereby formally indict you of the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. What? You indict me? Are you serious, Miles? Why do you think she is the killer? I don't understand her motive just yet. But of course I'm serious, because she is the only one who could have done it. Well, Miss Yu, do you still feel like laughing now? Of course I do, Edgeworth. My argument must not be cut enough yet. Although, I never thought things would spiral into this. Well, I'll have you know I'm enjoying this dance. Quite a bit. I guess this means it's time for my own rebuttal now, right? Miss Yu's rebuttal. You argue that the window was open. However, do you have proof it was I who did that? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime? Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this. Especially with logic as full of holes as yours. This is where it really starts. I mustn't let my guard down for even a second, or the truth will blow away. Now it's the time to put the patented Von Karma perfect proof to the test. Rebuttal. You argued that the window was open. However, do you have proof it was I who did that?
Hold it!
Evidence? All I need to do is have some prints analyzed and we'd know straight away. Be my guest. Not as though she has the room to maneuver, which means, even if we were able to lift prints, they'd only show that it was someone else, but why that someone else was forced to open the window? That's simple logic. Why don't I try presenting that piece of evidence? I have nothing to lose. What's wrong? The squished eyebrows lies on your forehead, they're all back. More importantly, are you going to be okay not running a fingerprint analysis? Yes, I'll be fine. Oh, well in that case, I'll just continue with my testimony, alright? Furthermore, do you have proof that the tape was used in committing the crime?
Hold it!
I thought I just proved that it was. Sure, you proved that the tape was there at the scene of the crime. However, that doesn't prove that it was actually used in said crime. Unfortunately for you, Miss Yu, the fact that the tape was there at the crime scene is in itself very important. How so? For the very existence of that tape at the crime scene, it proves the possibility that the when of the crime could have been fabricated. And that possibility alone renders all alibis and witness reports irrelevant. Basically, it means that we will need to re-examine every person's movements again. Whether the tape was used in the crime or not, that we can re-evaluate afterwards. So in conclusion, you're admitting that you can't prove that it was at this point. Frankly, I'm shocked at you for going around accusing people of murder like this.
Hold it!
Even if you're shocked, that is of no concern to me. I do things my own way. Oh? I see that you're not laughing for a change. Because I'm shocked. Again, you being shocked is of no concern to me. Let us continue with the testimony. Alright, but let me just say one thing. You shouldn't go around accusing people. Especially with logic as full of holes as yours.
Hold it!
Full of holes? Well, I suppose it might be. Oh, admitting to your faults now, are we? At this point in time is what I meant to say. Should I take that to mean that you're just a sore loser? No matter how full of holes my logic may be right now, if I plug them one at a time, I will ultimately make my way to the truth. What a paradox! Be careful not fall into one of those holes before you fill it up. Wow, so you remember, don't you? About why a window lobby number 1 was open? Yes, of course I do. And that's how I'll attack. I'll present the reason why the window had to be open.
Objection!
I'm sure you've seen this before, haven't you, Miss Yu? Edgeworth, I never knew you were into wearing that kind of perfume. It's not exactly what I recommend for boys, you know? That is not mine. That's right, it's mine, and I received it from Detective Bad, you see. Miss Yu, you can pretend all you like, but we know at least this much is for sure. That you are the one who gave this bottle of perfume to Detective Bad. And that you're super easy to rile up. So, what about the perfume? While you were in lobby number 1, you made a big show of spilling some of this perfume. That's according to Detective Bad. Oh, I know. You also knew that if you spilled it, you would naturally move to open a window.
Objection!
Come on now, I've already told you that's all just a big coincidence. After we opened the window in lobby number 1, I just left it open, you know? So maybe it was just dumb luck that we heard the gunshot through the window.
Objection!
The timing of when you were going to spill the perfume is something you can control. And the most important fact about this case is when people were made to hear there was a shot. Furthermore, it would have been pointless if you didn't have an alibi for yourself at the time.
You mean?
Miss Yu, you were the one who called Detective Bad into lobby number 1, when you saw him bring Detective Gumshoe into the hallway. Is that correct? All of today's premeditated events could only have been thought of by you, Miss Yu. You accuse me of murder on the fact that I spilled a little perfume. Well, allow me to say this much. I couldn't have killed Mr. Faraday. Would you care to testify as to why? Look, I've had a lot of fun today, really. But I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Why it couldn't be me. Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top. But I suppose forgery evidence is to be expected from the cycle of Von Karma. In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from. Miles, her testimony is flawless. Yes, but no matter what sort of trick she may try to pull, she won't escape me. And if I'm lacking information, I'll just draw it out of her. Rebuttal. Accusing someone of murder over a spilled bottle of perfume is a bit over the top.
Hold it!
I think I already explained the significance of that earlier. You only confirmed that I did spill some perfume. But that's all. That you would accuse me of murder based on a simple spill. Don't you dare complain when I sue you for defamation of character. Do as you like. But as for me, I believe that you are the true culprit in this case. Ah, you're enthusiastic. Of course I should have guessed. But I suppose forgery of evidence is to be expected of a disciple of Von Karma.
Hold it!
I formally request that you dismiss your attack against my mentor. Yes, I will sue you for defamation. All I'm doing is telling the truth. Well, maybe more like spreading gossip. Although your adamant denials are, shall we say, just adding fuel to the fire. How dare you? Say such a thing!
Calm down, little girl. Don't let her get to you.
Ah, why did you have to ruin my fun? Well, shall I continue? In any case, it simply could not have been me who killed Mr. Faraday.
Hold it!
And why exactly could you not have killed him? I was just about to testify to that. You're such an impatient man. I'm not really into that, you know, Edgeworth. Ah! Your purposes have no bearing on what is at hand. Feeling a little uncomfortable, are we?
Objection!
It's you! You'll desist from this tomfoolery and return to your testimony. And Miles, if you're going to lose your cool, then I won't show you any mercy. Sorry. Miss Yu, please continue with your testimony. Sir, as I was saying, I couldn't have possibly killed Mr. Faraday. After all, I don't even know where the knife that was used to kill him came from.
Hold it!
At this rate, she'll inevitably escape. But if she really was the one who killed Mr. Faraday, then she must have known about the existence of the knife. I'm sorry, Miss Yu. Maybe you weren't aware? However, the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday was taken from his evidence bag. Miles, what do you think you're doing? I'm drawing the truth out of her, that's what I'm doing. Huh? I don't recall a knife being presented at the trial earlier today. Well, I suppose that's because the evidence was something Mr. Faraday had yet to use. So that's what you're trying to do? Look, why don't you cut it out with the lies? I've already figured you out. There was no knife inside Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. The only evidence he had yet to present was the key that Takarasu had sent. And unless a key can magically turn into a knife, you really don't have a leg to stand on. Did you really think you could trap me? Come now, be honest. I never intended to do such a thing. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. In any case, I wonder if you might have penned what you just said to your testimony? Sure. Why not? I'll even say it as many times as you'd like. There was a key in his evidence bag, but you can't kill anyone with a simple key.
Hold it!
Miss Yu, I would just like to confirm something with you one more time. Oh? About what's going to happen to Detective Gumshoe after this? I don't need to ask you about that. Because he isn't the killer. Looks like the number of wrinkles on your forehead have increased yet again. That issue aside, Miss Yu, I'd like to ask you about what was inside the bag. You are sure it was the Takarasu's key, correct? Yes, I'm sure. Which is why I'm completely baffled as to where that knife could have come from. I think I've just spotted the road to a perfect victory. Finally, it would appear that you've revealed your true identity, Miss Yu. Miles, a final statement. Yes, I know. All I have to do now is to present the evidence. But what is this funny feeling that I can't shake?
Objection!
Miss Yu, I wonder if you might take a look at this photo for me. This is a picture of the key the Takarasu sent to the police. However, while it may look like a key at first glance, it in fact has the secret ability to transform into a knife. Which means that what was inside Mr. Faraday's bag was both the Takarasu's key and the murderer's knife. You know that the key was inside Mr. Faraday's bag, did you not? Yes. Well, with the Yatakarasu's key alone, it's more than possible to kill Mr. Faraday. Do you understand now? Just knowing of the existence of the Yatakarasu's key.
Objection!
Really taking her time. I still haven't had a good look at it. Doing it to me from that far away, you could be lying for all I know. You would even now still feign ignorance? I'm not feigning anything. Well, we can't have you accusing me of a crime with false evidence now, can we? I mean, Mr. Von Karma. I've heard some very interesting rumors about him. Are you mocking my papa? Don't you dare sully the good name of my mentor. Now take a good look. This piece of evidence is more than real. Wow, who knew there was such a trick to this thing? Are you satisfied now? But of course, you knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You knew that the knife and the Yatakarasu's key are one and the same. Otherwise, someone like you, who isn't a member of law enforcement and who would never have been privy to this trick, would have never known about it to begin with. Furthermore, the something that the Yatakarasu sent to the police, how did you have knowledge as to what it was? Actually, I heard it from Mr. Faraday. Before he dragged Mr. Rel off, he told me. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. He almost told me about the key turning into a knife at that time. But he didn't tell me about how the key actually transforms.
Objection!
What you are saying is simply not possible. Oh, and why not? Because Mr. Faraday himself didn't know about the hidden knife within the key. But within these pages, he mentions nothing but a knife.
Objection!
I'm not sure he would have written everything in his organizer, you know? Wouldn't something of this importance be better left to oral communication?
Objection!
Unfortunately, that is also impossible, because Detective Bad didn't know about the knife aspect either. What would have been highly classified information even with the police force. It is something that even the lead detective in the case didn't know. Why would Mr. Faraday have felt the need to share such information with the opposition? Yeah, I guess he wouldn't have much of a reason to. Looks like I give a pretty lame excuse, huh? How can you laugh at a time like this? He probably just realized the flaw in her logic and is actually in a panic over it. But that's not something we need to concern ourselves with. Suppose you're right. Miss Yu, I'd like to state that I also know how you know the real nature of the knife. Do you now? Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is and show me? Oh, I will, and I'll wipe the smile off your face by the time we're through. This is it. The moment of truth. The secret behind the Yatakarasu's key. Only one person would have had the knowledge of it from the get-go. Who would know from the start that the Yatakarasu's key could change into a knife?
Take that!
There was only one person who would have known about the dual nature of the key. And that is? And that is the person who sent the Yatakarasu's keys to the police. That is to say, the Yatakarasu herself. Are you saying that this warrior is the great thief Yatakarasu? Is you? You used Mr. Rel to lure Mr. Faraday into a trap, didn't you? You who profess to bear a grudge against criminals. Why? Why do something like this? Who would have thought that you, a stupid rookie prosecutor, would see through me? You're sending the biggest chill down my spine right now, Edgeworth. Feeling a thrill. It's even greater than when I sneak into some place.
You killed Faraday? Why? Answer me, Callisto Yu.
Callisto Yu? Huh. That's not my real name. Because my real identity is, yes, the great thief Yatakarasu. Let me tell you something, Edgeworth. Mr. Faraday was one difficult man to deal with. For you see, he had discovered my true identity, which is why I had to erase him from the world of law. I made Rel an offer, an acquittal for a little favor in return. All he had to do was accuse Mr. Faraday of being the Yatakarasu in court. But once we entered the recess, Rel was dragged off of Mr. Faraday, which threw my plan into a complete mess. I chased after them and eavesdropped on them through a crack in the door. That Rel chased to only two things, money and authority, just as all thugs do. I feared
my plan was going to be ruined if Mr. Faraday held on to Rel any longer. Plus, if I had let them continue on the way they were, I would have been found out. That's why I had no choice. I had to kill them both. But didn't you say that you despise criminals? Do I really? You! Have you forgotten about the KG-8 incident too? Maybe. I sort of wondered what... So then, what was your plan to kill Mr. Faraday with the very evidence that you sent? Well, I had a good idea of what Mr. Faraday was going to do. I anticipated that Mr. Faraday was going to prove that Rel wasn't the Takarasu by using the Takarasu's key as evidence, and that he would bring it with him. Which is why I thought to use the knife portion. With a weapon as well disguised as this, no one would be the wiser. Because who in their right mind would think something like this could be a weapon? I casually entered lobby number 2 on the pretext that I had to talk to Mr. Faraday. And in order to get in with him, I pretended to be worried about something. He then let me hold the Takarasu's key, just like that. He never noticed that I had changed the key into a knife inside that plastic bag. And he didn't have the chance to take note of the knife that took his life. How could you kill him? I knew him for a long time, you know. At the very least, I thought to give him a quick and painless death. But if you killed Mr. Faraday first, there was no need for you to kill Mr. Rel as well. I believe I mentioned why when we were placing Detective Gumshoe under arrest. Something about having accidentally created an eyewitness, and how that led the killers to think about setting them up as though they killed each other. Then the trick with the surveillance tape. Yes, I hadn't actually planned to use a gun. The risk was too high that I'd be caught. However, that's when I remembered the existence of that surveillance tape. Which is why I had Rel help me set up the crime scene, and after all was said and done, I rewarded him for all his hard work with a bullet. You're a defense attorney, aren't you? How could you betray a client? Client? Do you want to talk about who was a client of whose first? It was me. I was a client in the murder of the Cadopian embassy staff member, Dead Man. You ordered a hit job?
You still haven't figured it out, Mr. Bad? I had Dead Man killed because he was about to give away info about the smuggling ring. Now, who exactly do you think would benefit from such an assassination?
It can't be. You're...
That's right. I'm a member of the smuggling ring.
What?
How could this...
You don't mean... You're working with Manny Kojin too, do you?
Maybe, maybe not. Guess you'll never know. Takarasu claims to be noble, but you're just another cold-blooded murderer. That's right, little girl. Takarasu is just another killer.
Be quiet. You.
Takarasu! You can run for the law, but you'll never escape it. So just humbly accept the judgment of this court. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know? Yeah, Takarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? No? Well, let me tell you. It means that the Takarasu has more than one razor-sharp way to do her work. You really are too naive, Edgeworth. You even handed the Takarasu's key right to me without a second thought. Everything may not have gone according to plan, but I'll still gladly take it. You mean, he was your real target? And even after I gave you such great advice, didn't I tell you to always keep a good eye on a criminal? Or you may regret what comes off of your negligence?
You two, get down!
Ah!
My body, I can't move.
Hey, mister, to your right!
You!
Are you alright, Francisca? I'm perfectly fine, Miles. Her voice is shaking, but it looks like she's unharmed. Where did Kay go? That's a gunshot. September 10th, 7 o'clock p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3.
Sorry, but it looks like she got away. I called the precinct. They should have a perimeter set up soon.
This isn't bad. Are you alright? I heard a gunshot.
I'm okay. Just got another hole in my jacket.
You may say he's fine, but he looks quite shaken.
But more importantly, boy, I mean, Mr. Edgeworth, Miss Von Karma, are you two hurt?
I'm absolutely fine. I'm also alright. Thanks to Kay.
Speaking of Kay, where is she?
I don't know. She just sort of disappeared.
I'll go look for her. Oh, and hey, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir! Detective Bad, sir! I'm sorry I doubted you. Don't worry, sir! It's not your fault! Well, I lied to you guys too, after all. I heard about what happened. Okay. Lying while giving testimony is still unforgivable. But in this case, you were protecting Kay and her feelings. Looks like you just might have what it takes to be a real detective. Now, don't you ever lose that detective spirit, okay? You got it, Pops!
Watched one too many detective dramas recently, have we? Way to single-handedly destroy the cheery atmosphere with one snarky comment.
I should get back to the investigation. I swear, I'll catch you if it's the last thing I do.
Be careful, Detective Bad, and take care.
Thanks. Well, I'm off. Maybe we'll run into each other again someday. Thanks a bunch, pal. You're the best. You really did find out the truth behind everything.
Yes, well, I'm glad we solved everything before you were taken to prison.
I can't believe how much trouble I caused you with my testimony, Detective Gumshoe. Oh, it was no problem, really. I mean, I lied too, so I didn't help anything. It's really not your fault, Your Honor.
Well, even if we didn't have his Honor's testimony, I think that lawyer would have found another way to get you convicted on her behalf.
Yeah, I can't believe I was about to get fired during my first week as a detective.
Well, so long as you're not fired, you should work hard, give all that you have, and perform your duties well. Oh, and one more thing. Kay left a present for you with me.
She did? Oh, what is it?
What was it that Kay left for me? The proof of their friendship?
Take that!
It's a courthouse special Swiss roll! Can I really have it?
Yes, it's a present meant for you, after all.
Thanks a bunch! You have no idea how happy this makes me, pal. I'm gonna eat this right now!
Sure, go ahead. The Swiss rolls Detective Gumshoe and Kay bought together. While the one Kay saved never reached her father, it would appear that her sentiments have touched the heart of this detective. He's so happy, it's as though he's having a welcome back celebration of his own. Well, I was asking Kay to give it to him.
Whoop! That was good, pal! I can't believe I got to eat 2 of these delicious things in one day! It's like I'm in Swiss roll paradise or something! I've got to thank Kay myself. Hey, wait! Where is she?
You only noticed just now? Was this mine not present when we discussed her earlier? Mr. Bad left to go search for her earlier. Maybe you should go join him.
Yeah, you betcha, pal. I'm gonna go help him. Oh, but first, you know what, pal? Actually, I guess I shouldn't be so rude to you anymore, huh? I'm gonna stick right by your side from now on, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
I sense nothing but a most troublesome relationship from that ominous statement. We should go home too, Miles. We have to hurry and report what has happened to Papa. Agreed. Well, I'm afraid we must be going now, Detective.
Roger, sir. And don't you worry. I'll investigate the next case we're on real well.
I'll, be counting on you. The scent of trouble is definitely in the air. Thus, like a bad dream, my first outing at court came to a disturbing end. A few months later, I was finally able to properly stand in court as a prosecutor. But the detective in charge of the investigation was, as I dreaded, Detective Gumshoe. After that, he became my direct subordinate. I have tried, but words fail to describe the immeasurable suffering he has caused me. But I suppose that's just how things are. As for the little girl who suddenly disappeared, she is now working for her dad's killer? So, do you remember now? Yes, I remember everything. Hey, it's been a while.
Yay! You sure grew up a lot.
Of course, but thank goodness. I thought you two had totally forgotten about me.
You know, I was really worried about you after all that. Where have you been all this time?
Sonny, I didn't know you cared. After my father died, I went to go live with my mother's relatives.
I lived really far away, so I wasn't really able to come back here all that much.
Oh, is that what happened? Well, I'm just glad you're alright.
So, does it all make sense now?
You betcha it does.
Oh, you know what? I was going through my father's bookshelves recently, and...
Hold it!
Actually, there are still a number of things that don't make sense, Kay. Huh?
First of all, why did you come all this way to see me? And second, why are you calling yourself the Yatakarasu? The Yatakarasu is Callisto Yu, the woman who killed your father. No, you're wrong. The real Yatakarasu was my father.
Mr. Faraday with the Yatakarasu?
Like I said, I was going through my father's bookshelf recently, and I found a secret diary hidden among his books. I have no regrets in choosing to walk the path of the Yatakarasu. That was written in this diary, and that's how I know for sure. But that's impossible. What's with that look? You don't believe me? It wasn't just the expression on my face. I clearly said it was impossible just now. Alright then, how do you explain this? It's a way of disarming any security system of the user's choosing. Yep, that's Little Thief. Just be told this is the Yatakarazu's greatest secret. And this little gizmo was used by my father.
Whoa! Mr. Faraday wasn't just a great prosecutor, he was a really great thief, huh?
Yeah, my father worked really hard to steal the truth. And he was killed. And the Yatakarazu was no more. But despite that, the Yatakarazu has been spotted again recently.
Someone other than you?
Here, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a look at this article. The Yatakarazu sends card to embassy. The Yatakarazu sent the embassy a calling card? Yeah, meaning this person's a fake. I'm almost certain that Callisto Yu lady is behind this. Because the real Yatakarazu would never send something like a gaudy card out. But the Yatakarazu did send a white card along with anything to be publicized. That's what Detective Bad told me 7 years ago, if memory serves. Well, as soon as I heard the news, I got all wound up, and I knew I couldn't just let it go. So I searched you out, so that I could obtain the truth behind the Yatakarazu. Because if anyone can help me find it, I figured it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. So you're saying that I have your father's and Miss Yu's identities backwards? Yes, because the real Yatakarazu is noble to the end, and I want to revive the real noble Yatakarazu. If I don't, my father will never be able to rest in peace. Okay.
Hey, you're so honorable. I don't care what anyone else thinks. I'll always be here to cheer you on, pal.
Even if you are honorable, a thief is a thief. And if you are plotting to commit a crime, then I'm afraid it can be complicit.
Mr. Edgeworth! Ugh, you guys are not making it easy for me. What am I supposed to support now?
Mr. Edgeworth, what I want from you is not to steal something. What I want is the arrest of that evil woman. That evil woman? You mean Callisto Yu? I think it's too hard for me to catch her all by myself, but I thought that since you were able to expose her for who she is, then maybe... Please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you help me? Come to think of it, I do believe I owe you. Huh? Owe me for what? When Miss Yu made her escape, it was you who saved my life. Furthermore, you helped me with the investigation today. I am not so rude as to leave favors unrepaid. Then you mean? Yes. That case has been weighing down my soul ever since that fateful day. Perhaps the time has come to settle things once and for all. If you don't intend to sully your hands in a crime, then I believe I can help you. Mr. Edgeworth, thank you.
Yay, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Isn't that great, Kay?
Yeah, it sure is, Gummy. Even though he had completely forgotten about her until just now? Ugh, what is with their chummy relationship? The great thief Yatakarasu. After all that time, the true identity of the thief sank back into the darkness. Fern Faraday, Callisto Yu, and Kay Faraday. The phantasmagorically changing identity of the great thief Yatakarasu. And the Yatakarasu's real goal. It would all come to light the day after I made that promise to Kay. The end. Episode 5, Turnabout Ablaze. And that's the last one for this game. And then after that, I'm playing the second game, which probably also has 5 episodes. Okay. I'll be back tomorrow for Silk Song. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Goodbye.